Hooray, pre-notification gang. Ah, there it is. That sneeze was not coming out. God damn. Oh, thank you for the 20 gift subs, Leos. Thank you for that. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good Christmas Eve. Thanks to the resub, Kate. Thanks to the resub, Jumbo. Big night. Thanks for resub, Cameron. And Lucas and the tier 1 biscuit. And the bits brewski. Thanks to the prime beer. And the resub seal. And jazz. What's the plan then? Well, finally watch the Logan Paul saga from Coffeezilla, and then probably some Dark and Darker. Maybe the new Summoning Salt as well, haven't fully decided yet. Thanks for resub Potato and tier 1 Smiley. And the prime Jude. And the resub Richard. And the resub Dutch. And gift sub Vaz. And the tier 1 Just BZ. Coming along, Great Rip. Next to the resub, Kibbles in Frygos. And the prime Zooted and the resub Chroma and gift sub Daruma. And the 3 gift subs BZ. And the resub Coley and Mickey. The plot twist will have you on your feet for the Logan Paul scam? I don't doubt it. Thanks to the resub Dedo and Brad. And the resub Reckon and the prime Saints. The resub Samara. Huh. Worst game I've ever played is Super Fight. It's $200 and it's a 3-minute game. Next to the resub Laughs, Taikoi, and Maniac. I put cookies out for old Saint Nick. No. Not this year. There's the Bits Professor. And the resub Ty and Cratty. The actual Saint Nick was a really wild guy. Oh, I bet he was. That dirty bastard. Thanks for resub, idiot. And Sunny. No, I'm still one episode behind on Chainsaw Man. Thanks for the resub, Horizon. Join Coffeezilla's Patreon and the extra interviews are heartbreaking on CryptoZoo. Oh, I bet it is. I have no doubt that it's just really young, impressionable kids from Logan Paul's audience that bought into it, or they convinced their parents to buy into it. It's probably tragic. Makes it a bit moot. I did not see those interviews yet. I'm gonna give sub coffin. And the 5 gift subs Skittles. Thank you, Skittles. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Viking. I hope everything's okay. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Thanks for resub, Reeg. And the resub, Conan. It was a single mother from a financial course. Eek. Yikes. Thanks for the resub. Dix. And Mobster. I think Andrew Tate spoke on people paying high streamers and YouTubers money for the crypto scams. I mean, he's not wrong to call it out, but man, what a what a bold move from a guy who's also selling a scam course on like drop shipping and getting laid. Thanks to the resub, Prosciutto, Braddy, Sram, Crommy, and the Prime Misty, and give sub MRP and the tier 1 Mochi, Bits Camino. And the resub Cherry and the Bits Angel. Thanks to resub, James. Your grandmother was talking about crypto scams? That's huge. Is it tier 1 roasted? Anything special today? No, not in particular. Nothing too wild. Let's give some Spy and Surreal. There's some Goog and Dill. Have you heard of the biggest scam artist on Twitch, Taylor Javot? I know exactly who you're talking about. How is she a scam artist? She's a hot tub streamer. Unless the scam is of your time. I talked about this before. She's the Twitch streamer who does hot tub stuff, but she spends the first 2.5 to 3 hours off screen and talking to chat, saying like, "All right, I'm gonna be going in very soon. Sorry, just setting up a couple things. We're going into the hot tub pretty soon. Oh my goodness, hold on, something just broke," for 2 to 3 hours. But then she eventually does go in the hot tub for like 5 minutes and then call it a day. So I guess the scam is just of your time. And I'm pretty sure the first 2.5 to 3 hours is just a loop that she plays from a like preset list of videos she's already filmed. Thanks to the Prime Ray and the resubs Slicks, Mason, Javi, and the 5 gift subs Wonder. Thanks, Wonder. The Prime Ubesti. Sad part is there's 4K people. 4K? She usually has like 5 to 6K. She does it like every single morning. When you just log on, or if you go to Twitch not logged in, she's one of the recommended channels every single time. And they just sit there waiting forever and complaining. Not realizing that she won't be doing anything for another 3 or so hours. I wouldn't call it a scam though, it just seems more like a hustle. Thanks to resubs Scaredy, Spy, Care, Jonah, and the 5 gift subs Cambay, and 5 gift subs Trio. Thank you for that. And the resub Crazy Luck and Voho. Seems more like tricking dumb, horny people. Yeah. I just wouldn't necessarily call it a scam. It's a Twitch streamer named Taylor Javot. I don't remember how to say her last name. The stupid part is it works. Yeah, it works super well. Every single day. Thanks to resub Fiar, Pablo, and the Bits Numb. You see Logan being an asshole to his co-host? Oh, about religion? Yeah. Hey, good luck, Skittles. She got mad at Gideon when he called her out for her bullshit. I doubt she actually got mad. That kind of stuff is very good for her, so she was most likely just trying to farm the controversy. Thanks to resub Snowy and the Prime Flip Flop and Tier 1 80. Not really bullshit. People will pay just for her to sit there, so why not? Well, she doesn't sit there. Goddamn. I don't think I can even pull up clips because she disables it on her channel, so that way people cannot like track how long she just stays off camera. Because I'm pretty sure it is just a loop. She just plays pre-recorded videos on a loop for 2.5 to 3 hours. And she's been doing it for like a year or so. But it's just here. I can show this. So what she does is she does a hot tub stream every day, and it's just this and her arm off to the side, and it's this for about 3 or so hours. So like here's 3 hours, 12 minutes, and it's her just saying like, "I'll be on in just a minute, just gotta fix a few things. Oh geez, I just dropped something, hold on, give me a second," for over 3 hours. And then sometimes she'll just end off screen, and then sometimes she'll actually come on. But yeah, it's quite the scam's the wrong word, but hustle. It's so stupid how many people stay on and wait. Well, it's not just stupid, it's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Thanks the 5 gift subs, corporate. Appreciate it. And the resub Gunch, Quinchiest, IDK, Miku, and the 5 gift subs, Abel. And thanks to tier 1 MFT. Must be farming ad rev. Probably. Thanks to resub Paradox and Virology. And thanks to the Prime Icy. Yeah, we're gonna watch all 3 parts. Am I gonna moist meter Mob Psycho? No, probably not. The video I posted today was kind of the moist meter of it. Thanks to the resub Logi. You aware of the AI generated VTuber streaming right now? Channel is Vidal987. Yep. They're doing Osu. Oh, thanks to the raid, Wax. Hope you had a good stream. And then thanks to the Prime Voil. No, the AI generated VTuber is pretty cool. It is actually beyond impressive what AI is already capable of. Thanks to resub Jake in the tier 1 Mac. And the resub Karina. Did you see that Sir Alfred? Yeah, I did see that. The guy who lived in the airport for 18 years. Yeah, he passed away. I saw. These are 2 gift subs, Ali. AI streamers who get boring real fast. Well, till they master speech, and you won't even know that they're AI. It'll just sound like a normal streamer. These are tier 1 Pay. And the time's not far off. Here, let me pull up a clip of the AI streamer. And I believe this is the first one right now. Oh, they're live right now.
I'm sorry, what? Did you say something?
Being able to respond to chat, go on full tangents.
I'm already crying. What are your top 20 OSU streamers? I don't
It's
have
already
many
pretty fucking
subscribers yet.
impressive.
My favorite streamers are Vito and Leah. Beetle's stream is amazing and Leah is just amazing in general.
So it's all AI generated here. Here's a clip about her being smelly. This is the big one from her.
Oh boy. I think I need to shower before I start talking. I mean streaming. I mean entertain you guys.
Thanks for resub Nate.
I mean,
Tier 1 ravioli. Resub
sorry about that. There. Let's get back to what I was saying before I was distracted there for a second by the smell of my own body odor. I really hope I don't smell too bad because I haven't had a shower in like 2 days now and I've been wearing this t-shirt with like 5 layers of clothes under it for the last few days.
Like legitimately
Because
this
I
sounds
haven't
like something
washed it
I would
since
say
wore
right
it
now.
last week, and I'm kind of starting to smell like a gym bag right now. Oh god, I hope I'm not offending anyone with my bad hygiene right now because I'm just not used to this level of exposure yet and I don't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable around me or anything, so I'm gonna take a shower real quick and hopefully after that I won't smell too bad and I'll be able to continue talking with you guys without any more distractions from my stinky self. Thank you guys so much for reading my ramblings and I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable in any way, shape, or form.
I don't know how it works right now. I think it's Chat GPT, but yeah. Like this is brand new shit and it's already pretty impressive. So this is just the start. Pretty soon there'll be companies pumping out so many VTuber AIs to try and farm ad rev off Twitch or YouTube or something. It's going to be a gold rush. It's not ChatGPT that they're using? Oh, interesting. Saw an article that AI was fed a ton of x-rays and can tell what... Oh, I actually saw something like that not too long ago. Not the same thing you just brought up, though, but something similar. Yeah, AI is already pretty damn good when it comes to, like, medicinal stuff and anything, like, I guess health-related. It's good at identifying things. I think it was oncology that it was specializing in at the moment. Thanks for resub Red Panda, Space, Burb, and Trash, and Reninges and Nate. You think Twitch will do something about it or let it go wild? Twitch has no reason to stop AI streamers if they ever take off in a huge way. They make money off of it too. So why would they step in? Well, that's good to hear, Viking. Let's give some pandas. I'm gonna give sub gray. Well, this isn't a deep fake, man. This is just a VTuber AI, not a deep fake. Thanks to resub cow. No, doing Coffeezilla in just a little bit. Just didn't want to start immediately with the Coffeezilla stuff because that's what I've been looking forward most to. Thanks for resub Sonic. Thanks to the Prime Nephew. And the Bits Grant. Dark and Darker has been great. I've been really enjoying it. Thanks to the Prime Fox. Orlando Brown from That So Raven was arrested in my town this week. Yeah, his mugshot was super hyped too. He gave a real good cheese. He said, yeah, I got arrested, but I'm still having fun. Orlando Brown's life has been quite the roller coaster. He looks so happy. Well, he's had a very long battle with drug problems. I imagine here he doesn't even know where the fuck he is. That'd be my theory. Thanks in 5 gift subs, Womps. Appreciate it, man. And the resub Nero. I played Among Us VR for a little bit. It's alright. I probably won't play it ever again. Marvel is campaigning for Best Picture at the Oscars. Yeah, it's pretty sad. I think they're starting to drink their own Kool-Aid. Thanks to the gift sub or the resub Nate. With what movie? 2 movies. They're doing it for Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, and Thor Love and Thunder, I believe. Thor Love and Thunder for visuals, right? Jesus. Let's just do Oscars. Oh god, what an awful title for this. Jesus Christ. Yep, Thor Love and Thunder and Multiverse of Madness. Oh, and Black Panther. What is this article? What the fuck? What is this article? In-game should have absolutely not even come close to being considered for one of the best films of the year. What is this delusion? What? Goodness gracious. Sweet Joseph. What is this website? I've never heard of this before. Is this satire? Hey, good to see you, JJ. Hope you're having a good holiday. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, man. The resub Faith and the bits Archfiend. This is a legit site. No fucking way. What? Other comments on this? I can't believe what I just read. The unreal delusion. There's the bit Smurf and the 5 gift subs Dom. What movie do I think deserves Best Picture? Oh, for me it's between two. It's either going to be Everything Everywhere All at Once or Top Gun Maverick. I think those are the two most deserving. I personally would think maybe they'd go Everything Everywhere All at Once. But I don't even know if those are nominated. They should be if they're not. Haven't seen Whale yet. Haven't had the chance. Thanks to the resub Frozen. And the resub Milk and King. So I can't say. I hope Whale is very good though, because I love Brendan Fraser. There's the Prime Mosh Pit and the resub Monster. Oscars are for sappy formula movies. That's what I used to think, but I haven't like disagreed with their last two picks. Didn't Oscars is where Parasite won, right? Parasite won the Oscars Best Picture for 2020, and then what was 2021? I can't remember now. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I don't know Nomadland. Okay. I've never heard of that. I actually don't know any of these. Thanks, resub Dominic and Aiden. Rough year for movies, it seems. This year didn't have many great standout films. I already did the top 5 best films for the Moisties. And then it hit me, wow, there wasn't a ton of great ones. There was only a few really good ones. Top Gun Maverick is Best Picture. It was like cheesy blockbuster cookie cutter movie as it gets. Yeah, but it was still just really fucking fun. Like that was the most standard idea of a fun movie I could have imagined, and it was executed perfectly. It's exactly what I think of when I think of going to a movie theater just to be entertained. And I think there's something to be said for that. How is that different from Marvel then? Because Marvel just fucking sucks. Like, Marvel isn't that. Marvel is, I'm going to just eat some bland cereal because I know exactly what I'm getting going into every single goddamn movie. So I go there just to kill time. This is a resub Aaron, Aesthetic, Tori, and Tier 1 Angus. I'm never overwhelmingly disappointed. I'm never extremely satisfied. It's just I went there, I saw a movie, and I won't ever think about it again. There's very few Marvel movies that really stand out as something that I actually care about anymore. They're all just so samey. Your view on Marvel is my view on DC. Well, DC is no better. It's not like I'm saying DC is better. I don't know why you're putting the two against each other. I feel the same way about DC. Except DC has some like super stinkers like Wonder Woman 1984 and shit. They have some like actual turbo dog shit. At least Marvel's even awful films aren't nearly as bad as DC's awful ones. Thanks the resub Spicy and Rare Chip and Hansen. And Gabagool. Eternals was such a waste of time. Yeah, it really was. So was Thor Love and Thunder. It's all just been not great, like this entire phase of Marvel. What's the best of Phase 4? Let me see. I don't remember what all counts as Phase 4. Aren't we in Phase 6 now? Okay, no, we're going into Phase 5. Okay, let's see. Black Widow, probably the worst, or tied for the worst with Eternals. Shang-Chi, the first half was great. I really liked the first half, not the second half. Second half fell right back into the standard generic CGI clusterfuck of formulaic garbage. No Way Home was good straight on. I didn't hate Multiverse of Madness. I actually liked that it went in a weirder direction, but even still it wasn't amazing. Thor Love and Thunder absolutely fucking blew, and Wakanda Forever was fine. It wasn't terrible, it wasn't great. So the best one's definitely No Way Home for Phase 4. Not even close. Thanks, resub Caesar. Resub Nicholas. These are movies. Loki's a show, man. If you want to do shows, WandaVision, I liked the first half, hated the second half. I don't know what season 1 is. I don't know what that means. Oh, for this. It's a subsect I didn't notice. Falcon and Winter Soldier bored me to tears, dropped it after 3 episodes. Loki was great, actually really liked that one. Only watched a single episode of What If. Hawkeye bored the shit out of me, dropped it after 3 episodes. Moon Knight absolutely bored the fuck out of me, dropped it after 3 episodes again. Didn't see Miss Marvel, didn't watch I Am Groot. I watched 4 episodes of She-Hulk out of spite, and it fucking sucked, and then I dropped it. Didn't watch Werewolf by Night, and I didn't watch the holiday special. Moon Knight's fine if you're just looking for Power Rangers. That's the impression I got. I got to the point where he's talking to all of the other, like, gods, and they're like, "We won't do this. He's the bad guy, but he's not the bad guy." Like, he's just surrounded by these people having, like, the most awful generic conversation ever, trying to convince them that the moon guy isn't bad and shit. It was terrible. And I also hated how anytime there was about to be some fun action, he'd black out and we just see the aftermath. Really fun. I love that from a goddamn superhero show where the action is just the aftermath. The resub Space, Courage, and Roasted. Yeah, I know there's like some really avid Moon Knight defenders, and I don't know what kind of show you watched, but it certainly wasn't the same one I was watching. Or it must have some kind of incredible glow up post episode 3. Because that shit was actually goofy like a Power Rangers episode. Unless that's what you like about it. You didn't fucking watch it. It is 6 episodes long, which means I watched half of it. Or is Moon Knight 8? Is Moon Knight 6 or 8? Let me see. Well, I don't know what I was expecting here. There's such a short write-up. Is it 6 or 8? It's 6. So I watched half of it. And it fucking sucked. What do you mean you didn't watch it? I hate that mentality. Oh, you only watched half of it. You have to finish the whole thing to know whether or not you can have a real opinion on if it's good. No, man. I watched half of it, and the half I watched was fucking terrible. I'm not going to invest another 3 hours into this garbage. The finale was better. I watched the finale, like the final fight. You want to know what happens? He fucking blacks out, and you miss the entire final fight. The final fight is done when you see it. Thanks to resub JMK, and the bit's icy. Resub 2 and the Prime responded. Oh, wait, maybe I watched 4. Which episode is it where they have that one goofy guy with, like, his collection of eccentric items? And then he, like, pulls out a gun at some point and he's like, you will not touch that eccentric item. It's one of my favorite items. Is that episode 3 or 4? Maybe I watched more than I thought I did. It was 4. Oh, nice. See, I got even further than I thought. Thanks to the gift sub, Lee. No, it was 3. 3 or 4. One of the two then. I thought it was 3. A couple people in chat said it was 4, so I got gaslit. Thanks, Resub Forsaken. Ooh, I do want to see Puss in Boots. That did look fun. What am I expecting from Deadpool 3? I don't know, I like the first two, so I'm hoping it's good. Thanks to Resub Finch in Whale. Wait until Phase 5. Oh, yeah. Phase 5 is when it all really comes together and kills it. It'll be really good, I know. With all of our favorite Eternals, such as... Yep. And then they're teaming up with all of our favorite characters from Thor, Love, and Thunder, who are teaming up with Doctor Strange and Shang-Chi in order to stop Kang the Conqueror. It'll be cool. I do like Kang. He was very cool in Loki. Shame that so far the best thing out of Marvel is a show. Not their massive budget movies that have just been extraordinarily boring. Thanks to Prime Kingbo. Except for No Way Home. Resub Refter. It was my favorite Marvel movie of all time. I don't know, man. It's hard to say. I really liked what Infinity War did. That felt so unbelievably satisfying, having everything come together and then having the balls to end it on such a like sad ending for the fans. I really respected everything about Infinity War. It had so many hiccups, but I really loved that and look back on it so fondly. And then Endgame to me fumbled it really hard because it was basically just a complete breeze. Like there was never any tension in Endgame. Everything just went their way every step of the journey. And I know it's because it was originally supposed to be like a 4-hour movie, just one film, but they divided it into two. So the second half is obviously Endgame, where they are solving all the problems. But that kind of makes for a shit standalone movie when everything just goes their way. That was my biggest complaint about Endgame. And they also had some really drawn out scenes that I did not care for. Not everything went their way. Yeah, not everything, but the vast majority. There was never a time where I was like, oh, how are they going to solve this? They had the plan going and going correctly the entire time with only a couple of moments of like, uh-oh, this is about to be a tough decision. Like, it wasn't bad by any means, but Infinity War I thought absolutely fucking crushed it. And if they had just committed to the entire bit of doing like that long 3.5 hour movie or whatever, I think it would have been better as a whole package instead of dividing it in two and making one fucking amazing one and then one like epilogue almost. Exit Prime Feet and resub Savoy, Zed, Lee, and Fresh. Yeah, I'll probably do some Dark and Darker tonight after going through the Coffeezilla Logan Paul saga. Still might do Summoning Salt too before that, but yeah, I do plan on doing more Dark and Darker tonight since it closes pretty soon. There's the resub Big Brain and Logan. There's no stakes left in Marvel. Well, that's kind of the impression that I get as well. Like, it just really feels so fucking directionless. And I cannot believe there's another Ant-Man movie coming after how awful Ant-Man and the Wasp was. They should have just sidelined him. Just write him out or something. Don't give him another fucking standalone movie. Christ. I like Ant-Man as a character, but Ant-Man and the Wasp was absolutely miserable. I still think that is the worst Marvel film that they've had since The Incredible Hulk. I think it's worse than Black Widow and the Eternals. Even Thor 2. Yep, even Thor 2. Thanks to the Bits Ghost. Yeah, Dark and Darker's been great. I think it's been a super fun game. Movie wasn't great, but I don't remember being offensively bad. Then you don't remember it. Bro, that whole movie was so stupid. Like, they didn't even use the growing and shrinking power at all in the film, which is like the entire crux of what the trailers would leave you to believe. But the most offensive part is the ending, where literally the good guys and the bad girl, the vibrator girl, like their goals completely aligned perfectly. They had the exact same goal and yet fought the entire movie despite having the exact same fucking goal and even pretty much the same method of achieving that goal. And for some reason they were still clashing the entire goddamn movie. And then at the end they were like, huh, it looks like we do share the same goal. Not true at all. They use shrinking and shit the entire movie. You're misremembering the movie. Then you're focusing on the couple of scenes where they do, such as during that chase and then also during the kitchen fight. Those are the only two notable examples of the shrinking and enlarging. Exit Tier 1 Ace and the Resub Dark Shadow, the Prime Yulin and Glock. Yet it still tripled its budget. That's Marvel, baby. That's Marvel. Thanks to the Resub Chicago. Ant-Man 3 could be good if it's essentially a Kang movie with Ant-Man in it. Yeah, if they focus entirely on Kang and just forget Ant-Man's there, maybe. Is the resub OP? Tripling the budget doesn't mean shit. Look at Blumhouse. What a weird example. What? A Blumhouse budget's like $2 million, so tripling that is still huge regardless, but take it on a Marvel scale where the budget's $100 million of just production, not even marketing. Tripling that is a ton of money. What are you even talking about? The Prime Peter, Dougal, and Tier 1 Rose and the resub Rag. Hey, hey. Huge. Fucking huge. Love that. Thanks, resub Jazz. And Twiggles. Thanks the resub Jack and Eden. Hold on. I've now gotta reset up everything. Thanks to the resub Wilder and the bits J Mundo. Yeah, hold on, I just gotta reset up everything though, which is huge. There's the Prime Shay and resub Dragon and Serene. You sure Ant-Man 2 is worse than Thor and Love and Thunder? Yeah. Thanks to resub Ash. I hate that that keeps happening. I thought I had finally figured out the problem, but clearly I didn't. Alright. That's as good as that's gonna get. Unlucky. Thanks to the resub test. I already saw Coffee and Logan's tweets. Yeah, I'm hyped for Jedi Survivor. What do you mean, what's wrong with the frame now? No, the frame's good. Frame's fine. More allegations came out about Rich. Are you talking about the clip from Caseytron? Is it Prime Flanzer? No, there was more from wait, from what? Is it Tier 1 Goku? What's wrong with the border? Why do you keep saying that? There, fine. Is that better? No, that's as good as that border is gonna get. Yeah, I'll moist meter bleach when it finishes. Alright, I think I got everything reset up. I don't know. I can't tell. Oh, I'm so fucking tired of that happening. There's just no explanation. This shit's just old, man. Thanks to Gift Sub Stealer and the resub Val. Thanks to resub Gliz. Alright, let's start from the beginning. This has been like my most anticipated show of the entire year. Coffeezilla's 3-part deep dive into Logan Paul's crypto scam, CryptoZoo. So I'm extremely excited, and I'm super happy to see Coffeezilla go so hard on this. He's gained like almost 400,000 subs since posting these videos, something like that. And he deserves it. I know he spent quite a few months investigating this. I know he's also reached out to Logan Paul numerous times to try and get his side of the story, but has been dodged and ducked every single time until he finally posted this video. I saw Logan Paul's tweet saying, actually I'll just pull it up instead of paraphrasing. He did the standard, I used to love Coffeezilla, and I always think he gets everything right until now. Now he fucked up. Like, this is very cookie cutter. Somehow, every single time Coffeezilla talks about some kind of big scam like this is always the response. While I generally appreciate Steven's creative genius and exceptional work ethic, I mean that, this one is simply not true. When appropriate, all bad actors will be exposed, explained, and held fully accountable. I'll speak further on Impulsive January 3rd, which to me reads more like an advertisement for his podcast than anything. But I always just love this first line because this is boilerplate at this point. This is what everyone says when Coffeezilla makes a video about them. A creative genius, one of the best in the business, ace detective, like Benoit Blanc. But this time he fucked up, trust me. This time he's wrong.
CryptoZoo.co. I am so excited about this project. It's so fun. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
A fun game that earns you money.
Pay to
How much
earn.
do you guys make from CryptoZoo?
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000.
I lost around 15,000 US dollars.
I lost $25,000.
$120,000.
This is absolutely shocking to me. These aren't children. You're telling me these adults watch Logan Paul? Or did they had to have just heard about this from like crypto subreddits, discords, all trying to like hype train the shit out of this? I refuse to believe that this is Logan Paul's audience. No fucking shot. He probably had no idea Logan Paul was even involved with CryptoZoo. These are some Corvo, Luxurious, and Cody.
$500,000 Australian, which is $500,000 in CryptoZoo.
Shut up!
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, 500K.
Oh no.
Today we're investigating Logan Paul's
Yikes.
CryptoZoo, a
Oh my
blockchain
God.
game that made millions but never worked. Some of you guys think you know the story, but it goes so much deeper. I've uncovered sociopaths, billionaires, fake orphans. Did I mention fake orphans? And of course, at the center of it, we have Logan Paul himself, who has abandoned this thing,
WWE
leaving
superstar,
thousands of
baby.
fake orphans in his wake. Wait a second. Thousands of victims in his wake. Now, you'll be hearing from some of those people because their stories are heartbreaking. This is the first in a 3-part series that's been a year in the making. And if you like high-effort investigations like this one,
Here's a prime
please
you.
consider supporting this channel on Patreon. I don't take sponsors. We are viewer-supported. So if you want to and are able to, thank you. Either way, enjoy the video.
Amen.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. We have a massive team behind it. And
Real quick, you might be asking yourself, well, what experience does Logan Paul have with NFTs? And that's a great question to be asking, and I have the answer. He was actually a pioneer in NFTs, and in fact still has some of the best NFTs of all time, such as... are these still up on OpenSea? Well, here's his NFT Pokemon cards. Beautiful stuff. Obviously, very high quality stuff, and I mean, only $10,000 for that, so I mean, reasonably priced as well. Where are his... He used to sell clips, so you could pay thousands of dollars to get an NFT clip of him boxing, which was a fucking bargain. Honestly, just giving it away at that price. You get like 15-second Twitter clips of his boxing matches. Where are they? Where the fuck did they go? Did they get scrubbed from the internet or something? What the fuck? Gotta love these headlines. Lost millions on his NFT investments. W. Where the fuck are his old video NFTs he used to sell? Okay. Well, that's a shame. No, but at least you got to see his NFT Pokemon card. There's a resub. Apple, Flux, Vuxed, and Tier 1 Glass. Dink Doink, is that what they were called? That sounds like it's just gonna bring me porn. Logan Paul allegedly helped create the new Dink Doink cryptocurrency scam. Oh, I remember this one. I didn't hear too much about it past the initial, like, oh, silly name. I'm assuming it was like a pump and dump thing. Huge. Where the fuck? I'm so upset that he got rid of those videos. Do they still have the Pokemon card up? Oh, wait. No, this is Jake Paul doing it. Oh well. It'll just remain as a memory. Coffee talks about it in the video. Oh, okay, good. Thank God. Thanks, Risa Rectum.
And are probably out of pocket like $1 million just because we believe it's going to work. September 1st, CryptoZoo.co.
We don't scam.
That's
I've
fine.
never scammed anyone before. Logan cares extremely deeply about his audience, loves his brand, doesn't have to scam to make money.
True, but you make a lot of money doing it, I imagine, so.
Welcome to part
The cookie
one,
jar
the
was too
million-dollar
appealing.
mystery that began this whole story. Like many people, I first heard about CryptoZoo from a podcast Logan runs called Impulsive, which was the experience of a lot of people that I spoke to.
So I first heard about it on the Logan Paul podcast.
Impulsive, I think.
It was off one of the Impulsive episodes.
The thing that I'm most excited for, and this is the first time I've ever said anything about this, for the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. I think there needs to be a fresh take, and this project that I have is that fresh take.
Now look, at first,
Yep,
I was
let's
just as
go.
surprised at this pitch as anyone else because I just got finished roasting Logan for a different coin called Dink Doink, which is fans
Doink.
lose money on.
I'm a Dink Doink fan. Dumbest I've ever seen, and that's why I'm all in.
It's comedic. It's fun. It's comedy.
Now look, I know Logan and his friends tried to make it look like Dink Doink was all about the memes, but it turns out they secretly were tied to the project, and Logan created the Dink Doink character himself and subsequently abandoned that project. So if you invested in it, you got blasted, and Logan rightfully took a lot of heat for Dink Doink. Which is
Huge.
why I was surprised when he seemingly immediately jumped into another crypto project. But Logan insisted CryptoZoo, it was different. It wasn't his friend's project this time, it was his. And it wasn't even a project at all. It was a game that could earn you money.
I'm excited to launch.
Called Pay to
You
Earn.
keep using and you
Or,
just did it
Jesus,
again. You keep
play to
using a
earn.
word there. Game. You're not using like a project. It's a game.
It's a game. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
Now you might be wondering, how's it possible to earn money from a game? Well, let me try to break it down for you. This is how it was supposed to work. You started by buying this crypto token called Zoo, which is their in-game currency, and you use Zoo coins to then buy egg NFTs, which you can then hatch to become animals. You then can breed those two animals to become hybrid animals. For example, if you breed a gorilla,
What a fun
and
sounding
kitten, you
game.
get a gore kitty. And the more rare the NFT, the
I get to
higher
breed
the daily
animals?
yield
Sign
of
me
Zoo
up.
tokens that animal earns you every day. Theoretically, it works like almost like passive income. You can then burn your animal NFTs to release the zoo they earned back to you, and from there you can invest it into eggs or just cash out. Now, some of you of the Egyptian persuasion might notice some triangular qualities
No, that's a
to this game
coincidence.
description. But let's not be too quick to judge, because remember, there are a lot of NFT games built on this model. It's called play to earn.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
Logan admits that there are other games like his, but what's going to really make his stand out is that other games have randomly generated assets. His game has handmade art.
It's quick to make a digital asset with, unique randomly generated characteristics. We handmade art for the past 6 months, bro. Approval, very specific notes, 10 different artists making art for our project.
That doesn't
Now,
sound
I'll
like a
admit,
lot of artists.
This all
for
sounds
that.
very enticing. Handmade art, a
Not
fun
really.
game that can earn
Does
you
it
money.
sound
and
enticing?
one of the biggest influencers in the world backing it. You might think, how can I lose? Which is why when people were told all you had to do to play was buy an egg, people spent millions. Just on the first launch between ETH and Zoo, people bought $2.5 million worth of eggs in the first day. And did I mention
okay.
the game hadn't even been launched yet? All people were buying was the marketing and the promises. And it wasn't just the NFTs they bought either. The Zoo token
Hammy,
also
Cherry, and
skyrocketed
Soko.
in value, reaching a $2 billion market cap pre-game launch, right? The trading volume was in the tens of millions of dollars per day, which kind of is like Fortnite not coming out, but people trading tens of millions of dollars in V-Bucks every day. That's what this was like. And I know it sounds stupid to buy an influencer project, but you have to understand, people saw Logan as different.
It was Logan Paul at the end of the day. An internet personality that I actually trusted. That I actually
What did
believed in.
Obviously,
well,
when
I feel terrible that happened to you, but what? What in the history of Logan Paul has earned anyone's trust ever? Like, I can't think of anything he's ever done that was honest. Like, I legitimately can't. Except for him saying that he made a repeated lapse in his judgment when he filmed a dead body. Like, that's like the only thing I can think of with like honesty associated with Logan Paul. I think there's resub Tiffy and Infinite. Prime, maybe? Well, this is... Well, no, actually, this isn't pre-Prime. But yeah, I mean, Prime did come out. I've tried it. I mean, it's a real drink. I wasn't instantly poisoned or anything. It was fine. I actually thought it was good. But I'm just going to chalk that up to KSI. I'm just going to say KSI did everything because I legitimately have no trust in Logan.
someone so influential releases something, everyone wants to be a part of it.
I still believe in this false fallacy that everyone else started believing, that Logan Paul's a changed man.
I thought it was a safe place having a guy like that identified, like Logan Paul being the head of the project.
They had seen this story he had been telling everyone that he was this reformed influencer, right? That he was no longer a reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. They thought this time it's different. Logan Paul couldn't possibly scam us, right? But as the game got closer to release, the CryptoZoo team started releasing the first ever photos of these animals. And come to find out, this handmade art story wasn't really true. It was actually Adobe stock photos mashed together. This was the sort of first red flag of this project.
Hey!
And I made a video about it at the time, but it was kind of surface level, and something didn't add up beneath the surface. Something where I just couldn't shut this case down.
I actually had no idea about that.
It was actually part of the announcement video that something they said. See if you can spot it.
We have a massive team behind it and are probably out of pocket like $1 million just because we believe it's going to work.
On development.
Yeah.
That's the line that started this whole mystery. We spent $1 million on development. I couldn't get this out of my head. You know, is he lying? There's no way he expects people to believe he spent it on art. So wait, maybe he spent it on blockchain stuff, right? That's what I thought.
Yeah, like a
but
team.
Then I audited the smart contract, and it's not handmade at all. It's not even original. It's what's called a fork, a copy of, you know, some other code that exists out there. One of them is called Floki Shib X, which launched before it. So where did this $1 million go? I didn't understand. And Logan just kept repeating this claim.
We've put hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. Personally, the whole team, $1 million plus.
Now, at the time I'm looking into this, there's a teaser going around for Hatch Day, which is the day you can hatch your egg NFTs. And it kind of symbolized the true launch of CryptoZoo. So I thought, maybe this is it. Maybe this is where they spent all the money on their game. Even their community manager, Ben Roth, promised people, after Hatch Day, things will take a turn for the 180. So I put Ben Roth on the board too. I needed to know all the characters in CryptoZoo. And I waited. And finally, on November 3rd, 2021, Ben Roth turned out to be right. Things did take a turn on Hatch Day, only for the worse. Let's meet one of the victims, Helicopter Bob, to explain more.
My name is Rob. Helicopter Bob lost just under $7,000 with CryptoZoo.
And the first thing I asked Bob was about his animals. If he was making money with CryptoZoo, how much he made, and
how many animals did you breed?
Worked.
Oh, it never did from the beginning. It wasn't even written into the contract where it showed that you were actually yielding zoo, but there was nothing that was actually, backing that up. There was no way to claim your yield. There never was.
Wait. Play that again. Did you hear that?
There was no way to claim your yield. There never was.
Hold on.
I can't
the core
believe it.
mechanic of crypto
What?
that you can make money with these stupid
No.
animals didn't even work on launch day, and still, to this day, a year later, still does not work, is what the investors are saying. Which, this is just crazy. People spent millions of dollars on these eggs. But it even gets worse because I kept talking to people and I discovered something. Because remember I told you you could buy eggs with those zoo coins?
Is this project currently still up? Let's see. It is. Wait, actually it is. So can you still not claim your yield? I don't even know why the fuck I'm asking. Of course you can't. Obviously you fucking can't. This was never designed to be real. What a dumb question. Their last tweet was May 27th.
They also made it so you could buy them with Ethereum. And on the day of selling, about half of these purchases took place with Ethereum. Only it turns out for the people who spent ETH, not only did the yield part of it not work, did the NFTs not pay you, you also couldn't even hatch them.
So I acquired a bunch of eggs, and I actually want to play the game. I didn't acquire the eggs with the intent of keeping them. I actually wanted to hatch them and see what I got out of them and play in this ecosystem that's...
I am sorry this happened to you, my friend. What compelled you to want to play this game? There is no game. The game is you buy an egg, and then we give you a stock photo of what this animal might look like with a goofy nose. What is the game? Like, the only reason anyone would have ever put money into this is off the hope that they're somehow able to make a payday out of it. Like, cash in their yield for some kind of profit. There is no, like, actual game mechanics. It is, here's a couple pictures you can look at. That's it. That's fucking it. Jesus. Just the worst Pokemon. It's not even a Pokemon at all. Like, even, let's take a card game. Even a card game has game mechanics. You play against someone, there is a goal, there is something you do, there is an actual gameplay element to it. Here, the gameplay is you hatch an egg, and we combine this photo of a moose with a photo of my cat. And that's it. And now you have played our game, and now you can either choose to keep that picture and hope it appreciates in value, you know, yield some more zoo, or you burn it to acquire your zoo. Those are your two options, neither of which constitute a game. Jesus Christ. There's the prime chicken, and the resub Bushido.
That's been advertised or whatever, right? And then I can't do anything. It's not showing up on the website when I connect my wallet, etc., etc. So I'm a little baffled. I'm like, I must be doing something wrong. So I open up a support ticket. I open up a support ticket with CryptoZoo, and Ben Roth is actually the person answering my support ticket. Oh yeah, no, it's down for the moment, but we're working on it. Let me tell you, it's never been up.
Wait, you can't even hatch?
No, I'm telling you, it's just a picture. There's nothing I could do with it.
You're kidding!
That's the whole game. It's just a picture. Even when you can hatch, it's just another picture.
You can ask any of those community guys. It's basically worth nothing whatsoever.
Wow. So on launch day, basically nothing worked. And a year later, that's still true. Now, after this was discovered, the price of Zoo fell 63% in just 24 hours. And at this point, Logan Paul basically goes silent on CryptoZoo. No more podcast mentions. No more saying he handmade art. CryptoZoo already got millions in investments, but Logan only speaks in the Discord twice over the next year to say, quote, sober, currently shaking my head, and yo. That was his contribution to this project. Meanwhile, his community manager, Ben Roth, was actively claiming that Logan was going to be marketing CryptoZoo any day now. He told people things like, Logan is an uncontrollable marketing guru. It's over when we launch. And when we have a product to market, it'll get marketed. And marketing will crush. I promise you. And this disconnect between Logan abandoning the project and his team on CryptoZoo saying that it was going to be any day now, left investors feeling like they were being led on.
All you had to do was go on and tell us, look, there's something going on with this project, I'm abandoning it, or whatever, before people got more and more trapped. And promising, yeah, this is going to be great. But when it came to actually doing anything, he just hid away from it.
Have some decency to come out, talk to the people that invested initially, that invested along the way on all of the fake and false promises, on all of the false hype, and be honest with people.
Because surely Logan Paul, who's got this $1 billion hydration company and a WWE star, is got enough money. It doesn't need to rug us lot.
And it's because of these false promises about marketing that these poor investors believed in CryptoZoo so long. They sat and watched every
It actually
Logan
is
Paul
very
episode.
impressive how far you can get when people just believe that you're too wealthy to exploit them. Like, if someone just believes you have so much money, that for some reason makes you trustworthy. That's wild to me. Because I'd always think it's the fucking opposite. Thanks to the tier 1 Zed and the Prime Mac and the resub Giuseppe. Damn. Well, no, that's not exactly the same. The Elon comparison, that's not exactly the same. Because you're not, like, investing in Elon. I'm talking about it more from, like, a perspective. I'll use a different example. Andrew Tate. A lot of people view Andrew Tate as, like, infallible because he is very rich, or at least he portrays himself as very rich, and he portrays himself as someone who gets a lot of pussy. So those two factors make people believe that everything he says is right, no matter what, and that he would never take advantage of him because he doesn't need to. He's already too well off. I'd say that's a more apt comparison to what I'm talking about. Thanks for the gift sub, Josh, and the resub Chai, Muffin, and the Prime Green. And the resub Gogeta.
Trying to guess and decipher when this so-called marketing push would happen. And Logan and his team really fed into this with a lot of cryptic messages. Only a month after CryptoZoo's launch, actually, the hatch day, they started teasing this.
Not too much of this is out, but he's been working on a massive project.
And one of them will be the biggest thing I ever do. It's like my life and soul is put into this project, which is where most of my time these days goes.
Wow, surely this secret project that Logan put his soul into is CryptoZoo, right? You know, the project he launched a month ago? Well, his fans certainly thought so.
I'm like, holy cow, it makes so much sense. He's talking about CryptoZoo. Ben and the dudes are like putting smiley faces and egging the rest of the community. Like, this is it, guys. You know, this is what we've been working towards.
That's so shameless. That's so common in crypto.
It's finally happening. Logan's going to market the project. And they kept saying that. Logan's going to market the project and it's going to change everything.
So now imagine their surprise when another clip surfaces of Logan finally admitting this secret project isn't CryptoZoo at all. It's something else entirely.
I'll tell you about this project when we get closer to launch. This project of mine is going to be...
Is that the thing with the egg? Like the zoo?
No.
Okay, that's
this is going to be, this is crazy.
No, that shit sucks. That shit is garbage. I can't believe you guys bought that.
If you're one of
Holy
these
fuck, it was
investors,
awful.
And Logan
You
Paul's
brought up the egg?
pitching this
That was a
new
joke.
secret project, and you're thinking it's CryptoZoo, and someone's like, "Oh, is it that thing with the eggs?" And he's like, "No, definitely not. That was the last project. This is the real project that I'm working on." Thankfully, people didn't just let this slide, because as he went around making the rounds on his new project called 99 Originals, people were like, "Hey, didn't you just abandon your last one?" And unsurprisingly, it's not his fault. It's the bad actors who ruined the project.
As I see people giving multiple explanations for why these haven't worked, and you know there's accusations out there. How does it make you feel when people are doing these takedown videos about your NFT projects previously?
It's sad because of what I just said. There's so much going on behind the scenes. Like, Doug, I'm not the bad guy here.
Yeah.
There's some actual out there.
Yeah.
And it's not me. Like, I'm here to build.
Oh, okay.
This is a space
now
where
that's
a lot of people
okay. Well, now I believe
see
you.
dollar signs. Like any burgeoning industry, if there's money to be made, there's going to be both good and bad people.
Okay, well, at least we set the record straight.
Space. I'm learning all of it. We had a issue with
CryptoZoo, where our lead developer took the code that he made, fled to Switzerland, actually fled to Switzerland, and like held it hostage for $1 million. Like behind the scenes drama that took a stick and stuck it in the spokes of my wheels.
Oh, well, that wasn't expected. There's a shady developer who held up Logan's code hostage in Switzerland. That's why this hasn't worked the whole time. He held it hostage for $1 million. Well, let's add that to the board. I mean, isn't the mystery solved? Now, obviously, the first thing I wanted to do was hunt down this developer, who we'll be calling Z here, and find out the truth of what happened. Why did he steal Logan's code for $1 million? However,
that's what I really appreciate about Coffeezilla. He's such a stronger man than I. That is like the most egregiously bullshit story ever. Like, genuinely, I don't believe a single fucking phrase uttered in that same breath. I don't think there's any world where that's actually true, but Coffeezilla is still going to investigate it anyway. Whereas I would just say, no fucking shot, stop lying, and I just go to like the actual core stuff. I appreciate that he will investigate that outrageous claim.
I finally got a hold of him, and when I did, he
It's
admitted
true?
he took
No
the code
way.
hostage, but he says the reason for it was nothing like what Logan had
No.
said.
What?
They never paid me anything at all, ever. I never was paid. And, we got to a point when I was working on it where I just realized they were just going to try to steal all of my work and not pay me. So I took all of the source code private. And
Holy shit.
we spent like a month just trying to negotiate and get something figured out where I would finally get paid. Because I'm on my end, I have a team of 30 engineers. So I'm earning $50,000 a week on building this thing.
Building what? You take a picture and you have your stock photos that you mash together to make a new picture when it hatches. Where is $50,000 a week going? Where? How? Holy shit, this is outrageous. But I am beyond shocked that this is at least a half-truth. So the guy did flee to Switzerland after holding the code hostage, but it was because Logan didn't pay him or the team. So he was telling a half-truth on the situation. I can't believe any part of it was true. That is already quite the twist for me.
And the only thing they brought to the table were a bunch of Photoshop JPEGs.
So Z claims he wasn't blackmailing anyone. He had to hire a team to develop this whole thing, and he just wanted to be paid for the work they did. According to him, they negotiated a $1 million payday for this whole project. And from the second I heard that, I thought, oh, that's interesting, because Logan claims he spent $1 million on this whole thing. And this developer saying he's owed $1 million on this project. Now, I didn't want to just take one person's word for it, so I later confirmed with another developer who worked for something called the Blockchain Center that he also hadn't been paid.
We've been paid nothing. I would have loved to have Zoo, but I don't have any.
So that's multiple sources working on the CryptoZoo team project who were not paid. Now, obviously, these are big accusations, which is why I wanted to confront Logan Paul on them. But unfortunately, we're not exactly on speaking terms. So I wondered, how could I speak to Logan without speaking to Logan? And that's when I found out there was someone who might know just as much about this whole story.
And I will explain everything
goes
one
to,
day with my manager, who's like
Mike
in charge
that his name?
now.
Logan Paul's manager, a guy named Jeff Levin.
Oh, Jeff.
He might be
Fuck.
just what we need
Jeff,
to
not
settle this whole thing. So I gave him a call.
Hello?
Hey, Jeff. Hey, sorry to bother you. This is Steven with Coffeezilla. I'm calling because I've heard reports that CryptoZoo hasn't paid their development team, and I'm just reaching out for comment before I do this story. I got your number from one of the development team, and they just wanted to, I just want to follow up on that.
I have no comment for it.
Okay,
Oh, well, fair enough.
Are you guys
Okay.
denying it, or are you saying it's not true?
Just no comment. I don't think that the information is true.
Okay, because they're saying $1 million hasn't been paid in development for CryptoZoo, and Logan Paul said publicly that it has been paid. So, I mean, it's pretty serious accusation, and obviously, I don't want to just run a story. If you guys have a whole side to your story here,
Your job as as someone that is reporting news is to actually verify correct news.
Well,
That's why I'm calling you.
I know, and that's legal grounds for that stuff. So I'm just telling you, legally, you have to report correct news with verifiable information.
Right, that's why I'm calling you. They've given me a lot of things.
What the fuck is happening?
Okay, you can have the evidence you want, but I'm just letting you know, if you report anything on us, I appreciate your business, I appreciate you as a person, and I'm just telling you, from legal standpoint, as we've been advised always, is if anybody reports fake news, that's where we won't.
Then set the record straight. What? What? Is everyone around Logan just a fucking idiot? Like an actual bumbling buffoon? Huh? That is why he called you. You could have absolutely just, if it's not true, shut it down. Or tell him, yeah, it's not true. I wasn't aware of this. We can go ahead and get some material together to prove that it's all fake. Bang. Right then and there. You don't have to immediately tell Coffeezilla all the evidence or anything. Just say like, hey, it's not true. If you can give us some time, we can get together all the material and send it your way to prove that they're being dishonest about the information. Simple. Jesus Christ, Logan, hire me as your manager. Jesus. Could have saved you a massive fucking headache if this is all fake. How can you be so dumb? Thanks to the resub Linux. Ooh, hey Frederick, goddamn. Thank you for the 25 gift subs, Frederick. Well, I hope you're having a great holiday. Hey, happy holidays, Chase. Good to see you, man. Thanks to the resub Rick and Machine. And the bits, Shawnee.
A mess. Jeff, Logan's manager, seems to be implying that I'm not allowed to repeat allegations his own development team made, even though Logan can go on podcasts and publicly accuse those developers of stealing his code. Not only that, he's the one who refuses to provide any evidence, but seems to sort of be implying that maybe we'll sue you if you tell this to anyone, which he then denies doing when I ask him if that's what he's doing.
Told you I have no comment to it. Telling you once again, from a legal standpoint, you have to report truth. If you do not
is this an
verify
NPC?
truth,
Why does he keep saying this?
Then you're just allegations, and those then will be handled the way that we want to handle it.
Okay. I understand you may have graduated Arizona State with the business degree, but holy shit, that is not being put to good use here, Jeff. You must have fallen ass backwards into this position. He is calling you so that way you can defend against the allegations. You don't have to do it right now on the phone call. Just say they're not true, and we will defend them. And here's our evidence. We can eventually get you our evidence. It is that simple. Like, it is that fucking simple. How dumb is this guy? Like, oh my god. He is calling you because he is trying to verify it as a trustworthy source. He wants the whole story. And how the fuck else is he supposed to verify it without talking to you? The team, the people behind it, the ones who now have the allegations. You are the only ones that can verify the authenticity of the claims. He can't go to the Better Business Bureau, who's somehow going to be having all the fucking answers to this. This guy is so dumb. He is so unbelievably dumb. And then making that like a sly little threat about it. He's Logan Paul's actual punching bag. He has to just keep Jeff around just to take all of the flack. That's got to be the only reason. He's like a little public spittoon for Logan Paul. Oh, what? No, I would have absolutely denied these things. Oh, that's just Jeff. Jeff, man, he's so fucking dumb. Yeah, no, oh my god, I can't believe Jeff. What a silly guy.
Wait, so you're saying you refuse to give me proof that the allegations aren't true, but if I report on the allegations, you guys might sue.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that.
All right, I'm trying to read between the lines.
Don't read between the lines.
Okay.
Listen to the exact words that I'm saying.
Okay.
Listen to the exact words I'm saying.
I'm listening.
I have no comment on the situation.
Mm-hmm. Good defense.
Your job legally is to report facts. If you don't report facts on the information you're given, it is illegal.
It's not. You can report allegations. That's the whole fucking point of an allegation. He's not saying it's the truth. He is saying they're allegations, and he wants to verify, are these allegations accurate or are they inaccurate? You can absolutely talk about allegations.
Yes, that was a real conversation with a real person. Now, I'm no lawyer, but I don't think it's a crime to say that multiple developers say they haven't been paid, and Logan's team refuses to provide any evidence or like statements or wire transfers that they have. Which, by the way, seems incredibly ironic, given just how much Logan whines about not being paid by Floyd Mayweather.
Where's my money, bitch? Floyd never paid me for our fight. Who am I, the IRS?
Nope, but you might be the CryptoZoo dev team. Now, in all seriousness, I do want to acknowledge something which actually kind of looks bad a bit on the developers, because it turns out very few written contracts were actually done. So much of this were verbal deals like, oh, we'll take care of you. We'll give you
that sounds like
50K,
crypto.
we'll give you $1 million, we'll give you whatever. But then when it was time to actually sign the deals, there's just always delays.
What kind of promises were made to you? Verbal promises, basically. So verbal promises, and then we follow up with like a physical paper agreement. But that's when communication broke down.
This is where I think the dev guys screwed up and led to this whole situation of like, okay, we're just going to take the code private until you pay us for our work. And to be clear, I'm not justifying not paying someone for what they did. I'm just playing devil's advocate and saying this could have all been avoided by just getting every detail in writing. And I think it's just a good
I still don't think it
lesson.
would have avoided
If you're
the
thinking
problem,
that that's
to be fair,
the $1
not in the
million
crypto
mystery
space.
solved, well,
But yeah,
no.
$1 million on a
Still
verbal
doesn't
promise?
make
Yikes.
sense. Why not just pay the dev team what you publicly said you kind of already paid them? Why not pay for a game that now isn't launched and now investors are so angry about? Why not pay when you already made millions from minting the eggs on this game? Well, this is where things get even stranger, because right when I was ready to pin everything on Logan, and believe me, he is at fault, I was speaking to the Z developer, and I heard a name that I hadn't heard before.
I basically,
Lana Rhodes.
Eddie promised
Oh.
me 5% of the tokens and $1 million. He literally never paid me.
Wait a second. Who's Eddie? I thought that all of this was Logan Paul. I only put it together when the Blockchain Center guys also said a similar thing about their deal. They said they were promised $350K and it was Ibanez. They say they had no communications with Logan. But we know they weren't talking about different people. They both dealt with the same guy. So the guy's name, I put it together, must be Eddie Ibanez. Turns out he was managing the developers. What's this random guy doing in Logan Paul's project? And who is he? Who is Eddie Ibanez?
It's a made-up name. That's a made-up
Yes,
name,
hi,
isn't
my
it?
name's Eddie Ibanez, lead developer here at CryptoZoo.
Oh,
This
never mind.
reporter said
Damn,
Eddie's
thought it was gonna be a
entire
crazy
story
plot twist.
is fake. Wait, what?
To continuously lie, lead people on, hype people up, to put more money in, all the while in the background, things are going down, things are hitting the fan, and you've left us holding the bag.
Logan, you stole 40 million in tokens from me. You are a scam artist. You are a liar, and you betrayed your own community. You aren't that guy. Logan replies, oh, trust me, bro. I am that guy.
What? This shit is actually playing out like a movie. God, this is good. All right, hold on. Let me take a tinkle real quick now. I'll be right back. Thanks to Resub Calamity and Saucy. Alright, I'm back. Oh. Thanks to Prime Comet and the resub randomized JPL and Dash. Oh, hold on. Okay, now I'm back. Thanks to resub Goku and Weezer.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. CryptoZoo.co. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000.
$500,000 Australian.
I'm telling you, it's just a picture. There's nothing I can do with it.
Wait, you can't even hatch?
No.
We had a f***ing issue with CryptoZoo, where our lead developer took the code that he made, fled to Switzerland, actually fled to Switzerland, and like held it hostage for $1 million.
He literally never gave me
Thanks to Prime
anything
Bungus.
at all, ever. Eddie promised me, 5% of tokens and $1 million. He literally never paid me.
Wait a second. Who's Eddie? I thought that all of this was Logan Paul. What's this random guy doing in Logan Paul's project? And who is he? Who is Eddie Ibanez?
Thanks, resub Crazy.
To begin answering the question of who Eddie is, I decided to take a deep dive.
I started by looking through all the news articles I could on Eddie, where I found out he graduated from MIT and from there became a data scientist and cybersecurity expert and used that technical background to win a Super Bowl for the Eagles. And there were videos on him too, which all painted him as brilliant and extremely accomplished.
What does that
Hi,
mean?
my name's Eddie Ibanez. I'm a father of 3, lead developer here at CryptoZoo.
As a teenager, he successfully hacked AOL
These are
from his
5 gift
bedroom.
subs, Blizzard.
He
Hey,
continued
Blizzard.
to pursue computer science until attending MIT. He was then recruited out to work for a government agency in cybersecurity, developing software that reverse
None of this
engineers
is true.
the location of known government and terrorist threats.
You started with the federal government, and you started off
I don't
really
believe any of
tracking
this. He's a fucking
criminals
liar.
with burner phones and all.
Honestly, after this whole search, I felt more confused than ever. If Eddie's such an amazing guy, why didn't he pay developers? And is he really the puppet master behind CryptoZoo?
Thanks,
Or
resub.
is it
Impact,
someone
Tiny,
else?
the Prime
Honestly,
Monster, and the 5 gift
I
subs
felt like
Senpai.
at this point I
Thank you,
needed a
Senpai.
drink and I
Resub
needed to ask
Porter.
for help.
Coffee, how's it going?
Damn,
Not
look at the
good.
production value on this one.
I'm confused about this
Let's
Eddie
go.
Ibanez guy. He comes out of nowhere with this CryptoZoo story, and everything about him I find seems great.
So, what's the problem?
Well, everything's not great. Everything about this guy just seems too perfect. He's an MIT grad, he worked for the military. He even claims he won a Super Bowl. Why would that guy work for Logan Paul?
I don't know, but I can find out. You said his name is Eddie Ibanez?
I think he goes by Eduardo technically, but wait, what are you doing?
I'm just
This is
looking
fucking
around.
great.
And done.
Well, what'd you find?
Few red flags, couple of misdemeanors. Ooh, a few court cases. I'll send him over. He got sued by his landlord for not paying rent, sued by his credit card company for not paying his bill.
You can skip that stuff. I just need whatever's relevant to CryptoZoo.
Well, that's basically it. Other than... hold on. No, wait, I did find something. Look at this.
What's this?
It's from a paper in Philly. I barely picked it up. This reporter says Eddie's entire story is fake.
Wait, what?
I can't believe it.
Whole Eddie
He didn't win a
Ibanez
Super Bowl?
character, this guy Adam Robb investigated.
He didn't hack AOL?
He says it's a lie.
I gotta find this guy. Here, send me his info. I got some calls to make.
Coffee!
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We met up with Adam Robb, the reporter who's been investigating Eddie Ibanez for a while now. And I wanted to know, what did Adam think of him when they first met?
I wasn't quite sure what to make of him. Based on what I knew about him, he was a MIT grad who went on to work for the CIA and the Defense Department, and I didn't want to waste his time. And it wasn't long after I sat down that I realized he was wasting my time.
Can you tell me about some of the lies Eddie told you?
Eddie has told me so many lies over the course of my 2 interviews with him, and the first lie he told me is probably the oldest lie that he's told so many people, which is that he's an orphan. I first realized Eddie might be lying to me when I went home the next day and Googled Eddie Ibanez's family. I found a video of Eddie and his wife making a rice pudding on a Fox and Friends segment on Fox News.
Why is he there?
And Eddie's wife, Jackie, explained that she learned the recipe from Eddie's mother.
So in that picture, you've got Jackie Ibanez. You know her along with her husband Eddie and her 2 little girls. You love rice pudding. Why is this a family recipe?
Okay, so Eddie's mom made this rice pudding once.
Wait, Eddie's mom? I thought Eddie was an orphan. Well, it turns out the only problem with that is that not only does his mom exist, she's alive and in his life. And it turns out it wasn't just Adam that heard this story either.
Was he
told it
like
a lot.
adopted maybe?
Did you ever meet his mother or his
Obviously
parents?
I did meet his mother.
Did he ever tell you he was an orphan?
Yes.
How did he square that with you?
So that's why I'm so confused. He told me he was an orphan and all this stuff, but then I meet his mom.
He told me he was an orphan and then I met his mother, is quite the string of words. But as insane as these lies are, let's be real, it doesn't explain why CryptoZoo failed. But the next lies kind of do, because part of Eddie's story is also that he went to MIT where he was recruited to the CIA. And it's part of why he was so attractive as a lead developer. All
Orphan
the
being
wild
lost both
experiences that he had
parents.
had.
But
it's just
I was
not
thinking
true.
maybe he's using it as
emailed
like
the MIT registrar's
at
office,
an orphanage,
and I asked if
not necessarily
Eddie Ibanez
orphaned
attended the
with the
school,
loss of the
and
parents. But
they confirmed
I'm giving
in
so
absolute terms
much
that he never
benefit
attended
of the
MIT.
doubt to a
That's
fucking
right.
loser
The whole
for
orphan
no
to
reason.
MIT origin story, it wasn't true. And Eddie's whole backstory from here kind of falls apart as well. How could he have been recruited to a government agency out of MIT if he never went to MIT? If this is all seeming crazy to you, you might ask yourself, who would believe all this? And this is where Eddie shines. He kind of had a gift for getting people to believe in the lies he told, especially super rich and powerful people for some reason. Like take, for instance, this story, him winning the Super Bowl for the Philadelphia Eagles. He managed to convince the owner of the New York Yankees that it was true, Barry Klarberg, who completely bought into it without question and told the same story later in a college seminar.
Let's jump right into the work that you did for the Philadelphia Eagles, which led to a Super Bowl championship, led to you getting
What
a
work
Super
did he
Bowl
claim
ring.
to do for the
Tell us
Eagles?
exactly what your job was to do for them and how it worked there.
No, sure thing. So first off, they said like, we don't know where to put you, but and then the sports science guy was the one guy. He's like, hey, I got some data. I'm interested. So we took in his data, and then we found out that these players, what happens is it's like a player as they run around, they get a certain fatigue level. So if you ever played Street Fighter, the video game, there's like a red bar at the top, and every time you hit, the red bar goes down until you die, KO, right? So then we're trying to figure out kind of what that is for a player, and on an injury level, right? There's an injury bar that gets knocked down and that gets KO'd.
This is insane. He convinced an owner of the
I
Yankees
thought
that he won a Super Bowl.
So I initially, and this was foolish, I initially thought his claim was he personally led them to the Super Bowl win. Like, he was on the field, and I thought that was such an incredible attempt at lying, because that would be very easily disprovable, but I would have so much respect for the cojones to try and tell that. Oh yeah, I was actually the quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles in 2018 when we won the Super Bowl. This is a little less cool. He's just like, yeah, I was actually the guy behind the scenes. That's not as exciting of a lie. I could see why people would believe that, kind of. Yeah, I thought it was going to be like, yeah, I scored the game winner. I was the one that dove into the end zone. So that's a little sad. I think he should have gone harder. Make it sound like he was on the field. Thanks to the resub. Wolf, Court, Butters, Rock, and the Prime Reverend.
By turning sports athletes into Street Fighter characters. And of course, none of it's true. The Philadelphia Eagles responded to a fact check saying he never worked for their player analysis team. Not
What?
only that, the Eagles
No,
also
impossible.
said that Eddie did try to do an in-person presentation in March of 2018, but that was already a month after the Eagles had already won the Super Bowl. And also, they didn't hire him because of course not. Meaning, there's no way this story is true. And yet, he's convinced people at the highest levels of sports that it is. And this is where we get back to CryptoZoo, of course, because it's how he got involved with that project. Remember Jeff Levin, Logan's manager,
Oh
who
my
spoke
God.
to last time? Well,
Jeez.
he also spoke to
Jeepers.
Adam Robb. And when he told him the reasons he liked Eddie, they sounded very familiar.
And did he tell you, I guess, kind of like about like working with the NFL and that kind of stuff, and the whole, like his time in the CIA and all that?
He did. And it was interesting. It was like, this is wild, you know, like, that's pretty cool. But he's humble, and he's not, like, ever bragging or anything like that.
Wait, but he is bragging. He literally made it all up. The CIA, NFL stories aren't true. How could that not be bragging? But that's the impression Eddie gave off. But that's not all. Because Eddie didn't just use made-up stories to get in with the CryptoZoo team. He also used his other connections, his real millionaire and billionaire friends that he's managed to gain with all these fake stories. And
I thought for some reason Jeff and Logan were so dumb that they were just believing every word this guy said without doing any level of investigation to confirm whether or not they had a CIA Super Bowl winning fucking deep operative that wanted to work for CryptoZoo. Okay, so he'd leveraged real connections to try and convince them, and it clearly worked. Got it.
And some of them vouched for him. People like Chris Birch and Todd Morley.
And what was the thing that kind of like sold you on Eddie? Was it the fact that like Chris and Todd and people like that kind of like have backed him in the past and like?
I just think he's a down-to-earth, cool, humble guy.
Okay.
Who's been super successful. They're trying to do an agenda, and he's just kind of like, hey, look, I'm super smart in what I know, and I have amazing relationships through business that I've done.
It's incredible. I mean, how does this guy keep getting away with it?
Because he's talking to stupid people. Like, listen to Jeff. He is observably dumb. That's how he keeps getting away with it. He's smart at targeting dumb people with ridiculous lies.
But I've got to say, up till now, everyone's been fooled sort of fair and square on the same grounds. But I found out CryptoZoo did have an advantage that could have saved them all this trouble the whole time.
So a month before the launch of CryptoZoo, I got on the phone with Jeff Levin, Logan Paul's manager. And after he spoke fondly of Eddie and his work, I confronted him about some of Eddie's lies, including how he didn't work for the NFL. Jeff told me he doesn't know much about the NFL, but he knows about the business world. And Chris Birch and Todd Morley vouched for Eddie. And so Jeff and Logan were going to continue working with him. Have you ever verified that anything Eddie said about himself is true?
We verified that it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely talk to people.
Okay.
And his friends, and and people that he said he has relationships with, which we've confirmed them for sure.
Okay, because I had trouble with some of that, like with the NFL.
Yeah, all of these things he told us, we checked with his friends to make sure they were true, because that's where we're gonna get the real information from his friends. No, we didn't do any like actual research like online. Like that makes no sense. We talked to people that like him. Like we talked to his friends. What seems to be the problem?
NFL like saying that like no, we've never worked with him, and that kind of thing. But you've had
the NFL saying that?
Yeah.
Like who at the NFL?
The comms teams for the Eagles and the Dolphins, and then the people specifically that he named that he said he worked with.
Got it. I don't know necessarily the football stuff.
Okay.
I don't have relationships in the football world.
Sure.
But in the business world, we've definitely, talked to multiple people.
Like Todd and Chris, and they backed him.
Correct.
Wait a second. This means at minimum, Jeff knew about Eddie's background beforehand, or part of it, and still decided to go with it. This is just unbelievable, willful stupidity. And since Jeff is Logan's manager, I assume him and the team should have known about this as well. But still, they went forward with it even though they knew this stuff before launch. Now, I started to reach out.
He was just a very cool, humble guy, though, Coffee. You don't
Huge
get
deal.
it.
But when I did, I got a call from somebody new. Someone with a different perspective that I hadn't heard from before. Jake, the Crypto King. He's been involved with...
Oh my god, it's the fucking bald Pokemon guy. Oh, what an interesting source. I am very curious to hear from him on his perspective of these things. Thanks, Teresa. Bean Lurch and the Prime Grek. This honestly feels like the Logan Paul sitcom finale where they're bringing in all of the side characters from previous seasons. This is actually wild how everything is meshing together into this repulsive, toxic stew. Actually incredible.
Some of Logan's projects in the past, like Pokemon, for example. He was called the Collectibles Guru a few years ago. Nowadays, he goes by Crypto King, and he's an advisor for the CryptoZoo project. So let's add him to the conspiracy board. But The question is, what did he have to say? I took a call with him.
I'm sure it was
he
intelligent.
He mostly wanted to talk off the record, but when I pressed him, he was willing to at least put one thing on the record for me. Right. One more thing about Eddie before we get off of him. We actually...
The biggest reason it failed, in my opinion.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, a
Because
little
I
honesty.
don't want it to ever be thought that Logan's the reason it failed. He's not.
Oh.
Logan wasn't smart enough for what he tried to build, and then when it was built and was failing, didn't
Fair.
have the ability to correct it and to save face and reputation. It was more convenient to pull out than to be associated with a failing project that the dev rocked. So I could put that one sentence on the record.
Well, that is certainly emphatic. Crypto King says it's all Eddie's fault. And this is a nice, neat theory for us. You know, Eddie ruined everything because, yeah, Eddie is a liar. So
It does have a lot of merit to it. I think that is very plausible. I don't trust the source overly well to tell the truth about things, but it does make sense. But I also love the way he phrases it, that Logan wasn't smart enough for what he was trying to build. My guy, he was building a picture book. His whole project was, here's an egg, which hatches a picture of an animal. And then it hatches another picture of an animal combined with another animal, all stock photos. You don't have to be that smart to just take fucking PNGs and dump them onto a service. And yet he's still saying he was too fucking dumb to crack that code.
So it does seem to explain how these developers got screwed. But this theory doesn't fit all the facts, because Eddie was kicked off the team months ago, and still, the game is not working, despite Logan claiming they were going to go back and fix all the problems.
Again, retroactively working to make these projects right, and this takes time, bro. It just takes time. Development takes time.
Working backwards to fix things, which isn't ideal, but also this project will speak for itself.
And now, you know, we're working
the chess will speak for
backwards
itself.
to try to fix it.
This just
It has
hasn't
spoken for
happened.
itself, and
Even
it's squealing
a year
in pain.
from launch, the game just doesn't exist. What's worse is the newest dev team, who came on after Eddie, just quit. And one of the reasons was they hadn't been paid for over a month. I know this because Logan's team is leakier than the Titanic, and someone told me that, but we also have blockchain evidence. This is Jeff paying BlockOps,
Jeff.
the company
Good
they
man.
hired out on July 19th. They were supposed to redo all this work. It's confirmed by their leader, Skip, talking about a first monthly payment on that day. But after that, there's nothing until they quit on September 26th in a post called Our Departure from CryptoZoo. Now, I do have to say, it does look like they were eventually paid, but only a day after they quit. And this is just the same problem as before, slightly different. Nobody can pay these devs on time, and investors end up getting nothing. And so I can't buy into the idea that Eddie's at fault for everything, because when Eddie was gone, they had a lot of the same problems. Now, it was only at the point that this dev team quit, BlockOps, that things really took a turn. Because if the Titanic was leaking before, now it was sinking, and everyone basically gave up hope. You know, from every direction, I started getting messages from all the investors who felt betrayed, who up to this point were
Man, they
holding
gave up
to
on the
hope.
project?
Now they felt
They were just
defeated.
about to
They
make
felt
money on it,
tricked
though.
by the CryptoZoo team who had fed them promise after promise, and they were sick of it.
He was never in the chat or anything, never apologized or told us anything.
Things didn't work out.
Forsaken,
Things
Alex,
didn't work
and
out.
5 gift subs again,
We'll
senpai.
get that. But to continuously lie, lead people on, hype people up, to put more money in, all the while in the background, things are going down, things are hitting the fan, and you've left us holding the bag.
I know it was my decision, and I did my research, but I believe nobody has to lose money in this way.
And that's when a whistleblower stepped forward and decided enough was enough. They decided to leak me messages, team messages, from the CryptoZoo team from all the way back in the beginning when they thought of this idea, all the way up to launch.
That's juicy.
And seeing that, it changed everything. Because all of a sudden, I got a lot of new information. Remember how Jake, the Crypto King, said Eddie was the only problem? Well, a year ago, he was saying something very different. On the day of launch, he said this to the group: Logan, you stole 40 million in tokens from me. You are a scam artist. You are a liar, and you betrayed your own
Logan wouldn't
community.
do that. He wouldn't
You
do
aren't
that.
that guy. Logan replies, Oh, Jake, trust me, bro. I am that guy.
You're gonna take the story. Yeah, I'll go on the record for you, and yes, I'm gonna show you the text message that say we can sell at these ascending market caps, and that it's not like I was trying to rug a project. It's like I put $250,000 into a project plus 6 months of time, and the founder never did anything he said he was going to do, and then hired a bunch of devs that didn't do what they were going to do.
Oh God, I really don't like that guy. Jesus, this is the Pokemon guy. This is like the slimiest fucking guy. I swear to God. What do you mean you put 6 months of time into this project? You weren't coding, you weren't doing anything, you were just looking for the payday. What do you mean? Not that there's even like a lot of coding to be done with a project like this, considering they just took a fork, right? Like I'm getting heated. I'm getting heated. And I haven't even reached the conclusion yet. I just really don't like that guy.
And every time I gave advice, the advice was I was told. So there was nothing illegal about that. Ethically, arguable. The rest that Logan did to me was ethically wrong and illegal.
Fucking huge. Now the conclusion. God, I'm so glad I waited for all 3 parts. I would be so on edge waiting for these day by day. God, Coffeezilla fucking crushed it with this. This is a much more interesting and deep scam than I ever expected it to be. The exclusive Patreon interview with the single mother will make you very, very angry. Chat told me about that a little earlier. I heard. I'll say it again. I always hate that real people that aren't wealthy crypto bros lose money on shit like this. I really do. But like, god damn. When they say things like, I did research on it and I wanted to play the game, I believed in it because Logan Paul's already wealthy, it's like, you were literally asking for it. All of the writing was on the walls. At no point during any of the pitch of this game did it ever seem like a real project. Oh, it's a play-to-earn model where you hatch an egg through our crypto token, that egg gives you a picture, and then you can breed that picture into another picture, which you can eventually sell for money, maybe. Like, what about that draws people to it? I don't understand. I actually don't get it. I do feel very bad for the single mother. I'm assuming she had no fucking clue at all who Logan Paul was or anything about this. I think chat said she heard about it from like a financial investment guide or something like that. So I'm assuming it was just one of those things where it's like, damn, I really need money and I'm just going to trust this guide or this resource, and ending up losing a ton of money would be my guess. It's very, like, it sucks. It is tragic, but goddamn, come on. Like, it's just right under your nose. Ugh. I don't ever think it's people thinking they're in on the scam or early to the scam and profiting. I really do think it's people blindly just believing, praying. They don't want to be the person that misses out on the next big thing. The fear of missing out compels them to put it in regardless. Money they don't have to lose, in the hopes that somehow they're there early enough that it turns a profit no matter what. And that is just never the case. You are never going to outlast or outscam the scammer. Like, just play RuneScape for a month and you'll learn that hard truth. Thanks to the resub, Gruyan. Some of the dudes in the video really wanted it to be marketed. Well, yeah, because if it's marketed, they can make money off it. Like, then the project has life. Then they can believe in the team. Of course they want it marketed. That's the whole point. NFTs, crypto, it's all speculative hype. That's why it was such a big thing with crypto bros on Twitter, because it's just all artificially inflated through the perception of hype. And nothing else. There's never anything else. Damn. Fucking wild. Hold on, I need to fill up my water real quick before this big one. Give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Uh, 2 seconds. I'm back. There's a tier 1 Sunny and the tier 1 Henry in the gift sub. Bondigas in the prime. Dilemma Lindy in the resub. Pterodactyl, Waxy, and Odern in the prime Alucard. The 5 gift subs Senpai, thank you for that. There's some Coke Can in the prime Llama. Alright,
For
the
the
finale.
last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. We've put hundreds of thousands of dollars.
There's a Nolus,
in,
Chance, and Cosmic.
Personally, the whole team, $1 million plus.
We had an issue with CryptoZoo, where our lead developer took the code that he made, fled to Switzerland, actually fled to
That would be
Switzerland,
wild.
and like held it hostage for $1 million.
He literally never
There's
gave
a
me
Mars.
anything at all, ever. Eddie promised me, 5% of the tokens and $1 million. He literally never paid me.
This reporter says Eddie's entire story is fake.
The biggest reason it failed, in my opinion.
Doug, I'm not the bad guy here.
Yeah.
There's some actual out there.
Yeah.
And it's not me. Like, I'm here to build.
He's a tier 1 Sugar.
Welcome to part
Give some
3. So
rosier.
far, we've discovered fake orphans, millions of dollars stolen, and a cast of sleazy characters. But now, it's time to put it all together. What is the truth? And who's to blame? We're going to start by going through leaked text messages of the CryptoZoo team to understand all of their motivation. Then we'll go to blockchain evidence and show who sold what. And finally, we'll confront some of the people responsible. But before we can
God,
do
the production
any of
on
that,
this is so
we have
good.
to start in March of 2021, 6 months before the token even launched. Our 4 suspects, Logan, Crypto King, Eddie, and Jeff, are in a group chat discussing CryptoZoo, which starts as a copy of something else. Quote, "I like imitating crypto kitties," Jake the Crypto King says. Logan replies, "I agree." And initially, it wasn't called CryptoZoo at all. It was called Crypto Pets, and they were going to sell a Pets token. And pretty early on, it became clear this was all about money, how they were going to sell this thing to investors.
No!
In fact, Crypto Kings
In the crypto space? It wasn't about making a good game? Well, I never. Why, I oughta. What the devil?
said he thought it was worth at least $20 million in only 6 months, saying the range is insane. $20 to $210 million. It's beautiful wherever we land. Eddie jumped in at this point and talked about how he could sell the project as an investment to a friend, Matt Higgins, saying, quote, he has to spend that $350 million somewhere. Why not us? And Logan says, I love that idea. Crypto King, I'm in.
Oh, and thank
and
you
of
for
course
the
you
raid
have
pack. I'm sorry I
Jeff
didn't see that. I
saying,
didn't hear it
let's
go
go.
off.
So you can see right there,
Thank you,
they
Pac. Hope
wanted
you
to
had a
sell
great
this
stream.
game before it had even launched. Now later, Eddie amends the list of investors and says, quote, investors will be Gary Vee, Todd Morley, James Altucher, Ryan Kavanaugh, and others, confirmed on my end. Supposedly, they had $100 million of investment interest. Now, I actually went to some of these investors and asked if this was true, and the one person who responded denied it, Ryan Kavanaugh. Quote, nope, not even a little bit. So this looks like it could be yet another
What was
lie
the
from
second
Eddie.
message? Wait, hold on, let me take a peek. I haven't even heard of it until recently. Huge. Hey, hats off to Ryan Kavanaugh for responding here. Of course, he could also be lying too, I suppose, since he obviously did hear about it and the negative connotation around it. He could be just trying to save face. It's possible. Doesn't really matter anyway at this point, but it's just nice to know that, once again, this is most likely just a lie from Eddie.
So this looks like it could be yet another lie from Eddie Ibanez, but either way, it looks like there was more issues than just finding investors because...
Oh, wait. That's the same Ryan Kavanaugh that owns Triller? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. That doesn't matter at all here, but that is very interesting. That guy's a real goofball. Thank you for the 2 gift subs, white t-shirt. The resub, King Killer, Cossin, Braden, C. Dot, and the Bits Adonis. Logan Paul joined Coffeezilla's Patreon. I saw the tweet, but it's not confirmed Logan Paul, though it does seem like it likely is. Like you said, Rosier Spud and the gift sub. Reejmar.
The team wanted to pre-sell tokens, and not everyone was sure it would be legal. Jake the Crypto King mentions that, quote, if we have a pre-sale, it opens us up to SEC issues. And Jeff agrees and
don't
says,
want that.
Don't want to do anything that brings the SEC eyeballs. Now, not everyone wanted to be so cautious, though. Logan argues everyone does pre-sale with coins. Eddie agrees. He says, you absolutely can do it. I have the SEC down, private and pre-sale. And honestly, it was quite the
Classic
dilemma
Eddie.
for this team who
Eddie
wanted,
W again,
do a
baby.
pre-sale,
He's done
make
it all.
millions, but you have these potential legal issues. Don't do it, you make less money. So Crypto King comes up with a middle solution. He says, if we can't sell, no pre-sale. We can still trade them in the liquidity pool. And this is the start of a new disaster, which takes a bit of explaining. Now, just so we're clear, a pre-sale is where you sell investors coins, usually at a discount, before you've launched. And then when you launch, you give them those coins. Now, like I said, the team didn't want to do that. So what they did instead was they bought the tokens on the open market right after launch. But they tried to get clever with it because they didn't actually announce that they were launching this coin at all. They stealth launched it on June 11th and didn't announce this token through Logan until August 18th, meaning they had all that time to silently buy up as much of the supply at a steep discount as they wanted. And the idea here was that doing this, the team could get these tokens extremely cheaply, which is kind of like a pre-sale, but without all the SEC troubles. And Crypto King makes this clear on June 7th when he says, quote, launch of the liquidity pool is where huge money will be made because you get in cheaper. And then says, we, the team, begin buying out the liquidity pool. Once the team has exhausted funds for the liquidity pool buying, we send the contract address to friends, family, investors who want to be able to get in. So
Huge.
Obviously the plan is we buy first, then we give it to our close friends and family, and then maybe the public eventually, right? And even the day before, Crypto King reminds everyone, quote, Zoo Day is tomorrow. I highly recommend everyone get a few $100 to a few $1,000s in Zoo when it goes live. It will likely tend to.
It really seems like
1,000x.
Jake is
So
like the actual leader of the project. So what the fuck role did Eddie play? He seems very redundant here. He didn't get any investors because he's just a pathological liar. But it seems like Jake ran everything. Is that going to be the conclusion here? Because that's the impression I'm getting from these messages. He's the one keeping everyone updated on launch day. I imagine he was also the one probably relaying the information to the teams, would be my guess. But maybe he's just like really enthusiastic about the project. I guess we'll see.
That was their plan. Rather than doing a pre-sale, they were going to do this stealth launch and hopefully get tokens cheaply the same way, but without all the legal troubles. Or at least that was the plan. Because on stealth launch day, this is where things first started to go wrong for the team.
He's a tier 1
At
water
first,
boy.
everything
Recent
seemed to
Hugo,
go normal.
PewDiePie,
The team sat
JSK,
in a
the
circle
Bits
and literally
Biscuit,
bought it
and
out
Minecraft.
as planned. But the next day,
The vibe gets
Crypto
him
King
dizzy.
says something odd. Quote, a bot is playing with our token. Kind of cool to watch them work. But he doesn't mention who this bot is. And he also says the asshole finished selling, but doesn't mention who that is. Now, Jeff, Logan's manager, replies upset. He says, how do we prevent someone doing what they just did again? We went from a $130 million to $26 million market cap in 2 hours. It's not cool to watch. Logan jumps in. Yeah, wait, how did that happen? And he also says, what asshole? How did anyone get this token except for us and none of us sold? And I think actually this is incredibly suspicious.
Oh, imagine it's Eddie.
The implication of what Logan's saying is, hey, we tried to scheme this really well. We tried to all buy this without letting anyone know. How did anyone else figure out we were buying it, right? And this is where a fight ensues that's going to become really interesting. Crypto King deflects the question by saying, my buyer pushed it back up to $40 million. And Logan says, no, bro, F your buyer. Explain to me what just happened and how there were 30 token holders. And Jake tries to explain that this was just traders and bots happening to find the token. But Logan says only 5 of us knew about it. Jake says, well, many people chase volume and new tokens. And to some extent, he's kind of right. But Logan replies, cap.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't believe it.
Uh-oh.
I can't be
He
the
dropped
only
the
one who
emoji.
thinks that's too incredibly convenient. Like someone was tipped off. And look,
thanks
no
for
one's more
finding this
critical
again, Senpai.
of
Thank you.
Logan than me. But as
Thanks
I'm
for
reading
Prime
these
List,
texts, I was kind of
Cringe,
like
Hunter,
agreeing.
resub
Like,
tip.
yeah, it does seem too nonchalant when somebody's ruining your secret plot. You know what I mean? Because Crypto King was acting very strange. He says, "We created $40 million out of thin air. This is a success." Logan replies, "This nonchalance worries me. F 40 million. It was at 120 million," which again, it's all about the money with these guys. But truth be told, I did agree that Crypto King's attitude seemed strange in these texts. I mean, he's not wrong that bots are a thing. Traders.
He's just a weird guy. I think he's a greasy slime ball. I've already said that. But I also don't think he'd be the one sabotaging internally either. He doesn't strike me as smart enough to even think of that. But maybe he just plays a fucking dumb idiot. So maybe he's more cunning than I give him credit for. To me, the impression I get reading his messages is a guy that's trying to calm down an angry dog. He's like, no, but 40 million's great, Logan. No, it's wonderful, actually. These things, it'll be water under the bridge once we're back to scamming. Yeah, just let it go. Thanks to the tier 1 Mike and the resub gamer and the 5 gift subs Barry. Thank you, Barry.
Are a thing. But it sounded like he didn't want anyone to look into it. So, naturally, I looked into it. And what I found surprised me, because there were bots, but there's also unusual human activity during this time. So I tracked the 5 biggest buyers of this Zoo coin. And lo and behold, this is what I found. Logan was one of the biggest buyers, which is what you'd expect. But he wasn't the biggest. In fact, 2 of the biggest wallets seem to be associated with Crypto King himself.
Oh, okay.
And here's where I pause. I said,
Interesting.
Why did this guy buy more Zoo tokens than Logan when this is mostly Logan's project? I thought Crypto King was a small part of this team. And so, to get more info on this, I actually got access to an internal meeting note from the day of June 11th, which they called Zoo Day. And in it, we find actually some interesting information. We see that 5 founders bought in. They apparently were, quote, trading in circles until each person maxed out. But on the list of buyers and how much they spent are only 4 people, when we know 5 people bought. We have Danny, Logan's assistant, for 20K, Logan Paul for 100K, Jeff at 100K, and Eddie at 100K, but Crypto King is nowhere to be found. And yet, on the blockchain, I have him putting in $200,000 worth. And this number, by the way, seemingly is confirmed in a conversation I had with Crypto King, where he said, "My 200K investment." And the reason this is important is because it does imply that something shady was going on the day of the stealth launch. Because Crypto King had a relatively small role in this whole project. He was the advisor, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Like you can see from the internal meeting notes, they have a breakdown of who's getting what in terms of founder tokens. And like Logan Paul's getting 51%, Eddie's getting 30%, Jeff's getting 10%. Jake's only getting 5% of tokens, but he has the most of these like stealth launch tokens, which makes no sense. And it got me thinking that maybe what explains this suspicious behavior around like, oh, don't worry about who was buying at the time of the launch. Maybe that's explained because perhaps no one knew that he was buying up large parts of the token supply. Maybe he was buying it to sell later. Now, of course, that's speculation. So that's why I confronted Crypto King on all of this.
God, that's so beautiful. Let's assume that's all true. And to me, that sounds very reasonable. Let's assume it is Jeff. He's gone on there like the CryptoZoo boogeyman. He's now buying up all that shit, hoping to hold it for later, sell it for much higher, without anyone knowing it, and then still playing like the goofball in the chat, like, oh, these weird bots. This is odd activity, but it's nothing to be concerned about. No reason to dig any deeper. Let's just be satisfied with what we've got here, you know. And then behind the scenes, he's the one pulling the strings here. What I love is that this went belly up, and I don't think he made any money. He just lost all of the money he invested to try and fuck him. So that's beautiful. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe at some point there was money to be earned from having those tokens that he stealth purchased, but I don't think there was, at least not based on my understanding of this whole project and its failure. So he ended up just getting scammed by himself. That's my speculation. I don't want any spoilers in the chat. I guess we'll see. But yeah, I do suppose he could have been he could have been able to make out very well. I don't want any spoilers, damn it.
Get to that call. Let's address the elephant in the room. Logan didn't accuse Crypto King of being a scam. It was the other way around. Crypto King told Logan Paul he was a scammer. And the question is, why? Well, to answer that, we have to go from June, the stealth launch date, to September
Prime
1st,
Royal.
the official launch date of
Rocco and the Reese have been raised.
September
Aaron,
1st,
Ronald, Knight,
CryptoZoo.co.
Eben,
Now, the day of the launch
Noble,
was a
and Tier
bit
1 Mike.
strange because
Sub
you
J.
might think, well, they already have a token, right? But the first thing they did was actually create a new Zoo token with a different code, but the same name. And they actually airdropped all the holders of the first Zoo token with an identical amount of those coins on the second Zoo token. So you might be wondering, why did they do that? Well, maybe it's to change the smart contract, but maybe it's because of what they did do. They blacklisted some of the holders. In other words, they didn't airdrop to everyone, including Jake the Crypto King. They excluded his wallets so it couldn't get these Zoo coins. Jake texts the group about this the next day, saying, quote, "The Zoo team made a major error this weekend. They chose not to communicate, mint a new token, and airdrop it to whatever wallets they determined fit. This decision came from Eddie and Logan, and I had no part in it. 11,250 wallets before the airdrop, under 11,000 after. They chose to blacklist and ban over 200 wallets. Now, who those wallets are, I have no idea." But he continues, quote, "As a founder like Logan, Jeff, Eddie, and Danny, I had purchased a large quantity of tokens. 5+ of my wallets had been blacklisted from the original team's buys." Now, I don't know why he had 5+ wallets there, but okay. He says 80
Because he
plus
made the
billion
bots.
Zoo tokens were confiscated from me to date without any communication. So, wow. That's why Crypto King accused Logan of stealing from him or scamming. It's because he was frozen out of a lot of his wallets. And then we get to the text you guys all know. He says, "Logan, you stole $40 million. You're a scammer. You're a con artist, all that stuff. You betrayed your community. The reality is you aren't that guy." And Logan responds, "Oh, Jake, trust me, bro. I am that guy."
I still love
Cute
that line.
In the arms of an angel. And look, I mean, what do we make of this? Well, I don't know. I can't root for either of these guys because it sounds like Logan stabbed him in the back, but it sounds like Crypto King may have stabbed him in the back in the first place, right? Because it does appear like he bought tokens that maybe everyone didn't know about. So I'm really not a fan of anyone in this situation. And by the way, this whole thing was structured so misleadingly from the beginning. I have to talk to you a bit about it because you might think that these tokens were the only tokens they had, but it's not even true. In the distribution section of Zoo's white paper, they say there's 2 trillion tokens, and a quarter of that are allocated to development, marketing, and founders. Those aren't even the tokens we're talking about right now, because they claim that those tokens were locked up for 6 months, and then afterwards, 10% was unlocked every month. And if that's true, there would be no reason for these funds to be blacklisted, right? Why would you blacklist something that would be locked up? And the answer is because, well, the founders had more than one set of tokens. Not only did they supposedly have these founder tokens that were locked up and couldn't be sold, these stealth launch tokens were different from that. It's like a whole different thing. And the tokens that they bought, that all of these guys bought, they could sell at basically any time because they weren't locked up, which is a massive problem. And this fact was explicitly
were the other ones
laid out
even
in
ever
their meeting
actually
notes,
locked up?
with only one rule. They say, quote, "No selling until $200 million market cap, and don't impact the market more than 3%, and not impact the market more than 10% in a day." And by the way, this is basically conspiracy to manipulate a market. You know, they're literally having insider rules for how to sell. But we're gonna look past that. Right?
Not even important.
Because these rules eventually kind of changed. A text from Logan's manager, Jeff Levin, came to the group chat, Zoo Founders,
Jake's got other
saying,
plans.
"Guys, new and absolute rules. No one is to sell or transfer any Zoo. Logan's gonna make the call when we can make moves." And Logan replies, "Your tokens do not leave your wallet. This is a game." Now, that all sounds well and good. Don't sell your tokens, but the reality was, they're just kind of trusting each other because these tokens that they're talking about, they're unlocked. They're not locked up, and they could sell it at any time. And I guess the question on my mind
It's a loaded gun in the dark.
Crypto King's tokens were blacklisted because they thought he would sell, or maybe it's just the fact they found out he bought and they didn't know about all those tokens. It's honestly hard to say without knowing more evidence. And this is where we're going to jump into the blockchain. Now, I've tracked the wallets of the entire team and identified the largest seller of Zoo in the team.
Gel,
And it
control,
wasn't
give some sugar.
Jeff.
Resub Gato,
wasn't
Tier 1
Danny.
Duck, Sugar,
It
and the
wasn't
Prime Lads.
even Logan. It was Crypto King. Crypto King sold, by my calculations, millions of dollars. And I know what you're thinking. How's that possible, right? I thought his tokens were blacklisted the day of the official launch. How could he sell that much? Well, the answer is that not all of his tokens were blacklisted. He had even more tokens behind the scenes.
The bots.
And what's worse,
okay.
the CryptoZoo team actually gave him back a lot of his blacklisted tokens, which I guess you can see as a good thing or a bad thing because he then turned around and sold those tokens, right? And from my blockchain analysis across his blacklisted tokens he got back and the tokens that he had squirreled away the whole time, he ended up making $6 million.
Oh,
He did
it's
this
sickening.
by sending out tokens from these larger wallets to dozens of smaller wallets, selling it, and then sending the money to final cash out wallets. So
Rough.
he used those final wallets to calculate the amount he made. Now,
it still just blows my fucking mind that even after all of the Pokemon shit, Logan still brings that guy around and gets fucked by him again. What a cuck. Unreal. I thought there was a chance. It seemed pretty clear Jake was absolutely the shadiest one so far. I just thought there was a chance he didn't make any money off of it because it was such a colossal failure of a project. But I guess he must have just been able to strike it at the right time and make that money. Damn, Jake got him again. That is a fool me twice situation right there. He got Logan again. Thanks for the resub, Colin. Jake just fucking farms Logan, man. And then Logan farms his audience with the scams. What a really beneficial relationship for Jake.
I know. Look, it's a lot to accuse someone of selling $6 million in a project that doesn't even work. It's a giant scam. So I wanted to give him a chance to defend himself. So I got on a call with Crypto King. And here's what he said when I finally revealed that I knew he had sold.
It's going to change this whole fucking story. Yeah, I'll go on the record for you. And yes, I'm going to show you the text message that say we can sell at these ascending market caps. And literally, I'm going to... 100%. It sounds like your biggest issue with me is that I sold. And if that's your biggest issue with me, that's the truth.
Wow, that is a big admission. Selling tokens for a project that you're an advisor on when the project has never been delivered.
Well, not only that, he's also admitting to the insider trading rules, which is not, strictly speaking, a legal thing to do, though it is the crypto space and nothing makes sense and nothing's enforced. But he's admitting to a lot of bad things right there, actually.
Although Crypto King insists that it wasn't $6 million and he wasn't trying to rug a project. In fact, really, he might be the one who got screwed over in all of this.
Like, I didn't sell $6 million worth. That's going to be other wallets, but that's probably not going to be able to be me being able to be proven, except for them saying, can you send BNB to all these different wallets for me? Which that I'll be able to show you that I was giving BNB to the whole team. I will also be able to show you that I was a 5% holder of the Zoo tokens that I was promised to be given over the 3-month period was never given. I can also show you that I was frozen out and was never given the 15 billion tokens back that I paid for in cash. So
Okay.
I'll show you all of those things on the record, and then you can also say that I did sell, which is also true.
Yep.
But as long as that's accompanied with he was a founder that was supposed to be given 5% of the project and was never given the token or paid, worked for almost a year on the project. As long as that goes in with it, then at least that tells my side of the story so people understand that it's not like I was trying to rug a project.
This is so brutally honest. So not only does he admit to it, but he is also supplying all of the evidence as well. That is... Wow, what a great source. Hey, kind of like a lukewarm W from Jake there, because he just sinks everything. Like, he just fucks everyone equally, including himself. Very interesting strategy. That's a pretty crazy self-report on this whole situation. It blows my mind how, like, the dumbest people make the most money from this shit. This is not a smart man. He literally has admitted to a crime right now. I don't know if he realizes that. Like, if they ever do enforce crypto-related crimes, he has publicly admitted to one. And I guess potentially multiple, depending on all the evidence he's submitted here. And he's doing it with a goddamn smile on his face.
It's like I put $250,000 into a project plus 6 months of time, and the founder never did anything he said he was going to do, and then hired a bunch of devs that didn't do what they were going to do. And every time I gave advice, the advice was I was told to fuck off. So it can be that story, or it can be he sold all this amount and he got in early. Well, yeah, that's like 1% of it though.
Incredible.
Well, we got the whole story
He sounds
now.
like he views himself as the victim, or at least like
Or a hero.
he got screwed too, which just has to win the gold medal for me for mental gymnastics. Because I mean, he literally had put $200,000 into this, and he says he made millions of dollars. Even if you take him at his word that he didn't make the full $6 million, he admits to me later that it might be a pretty close guess. He tells me via text, quote, "I don't care if you tell people I sold a few million and leave it at that." Well, okay, $6 million, a few $1 million, it's millions of dollars, right? Millions of dollars when you only put in $200,000 into a project that's never been delivered, doesn't work, scammed people out of their money.
And was always designed to be a money-making scam.
In the wrong. Well, in his view, what he did was not wrong. It might have been arguably unethical, but it wasn't illegal. And what Logan did, well, that was illegal.
You can say the timing was bad and it was inappropriate to sell, but the reality is I bought tokens open market and sold them open market. So there was nothing illegal about that. Ethically, arguable. The rest that Logan did to me was ethically wrong and illegal.
Now, what do I think of all this?
This would be amazing. Imagine Jake presses charges and tries to sue Logan Paul and the team. This is such an interesting story because it is literally scammers scamming scammers, and then at the end of the day, the people that end up losing the most is normal people who somehow bought into the scam by proxy. But I feel like at no point, like this entire team ever understood anything about the space. They were all just trying to fuck each other. Like literally just swallowing each other's meat, like, and lying to each other. And like, this is crazy. This has so many moving pieces. Eddie was lying to everyone from the start. He never did anything for the project besides just fucking lie and sell hopium. Jake, from the start, was immediately fucking them and scamming them, buying tokens stealthily behind all of their backs in the effort to immediately sell to rug it. Regardless of what he says, that's clearly what he was doing. He was literally rugging it from the get-go. They had insider trading marketing protocols in order so that way they can continue to manipulate the market and profit maximally from it, that nobody followed, and had to go by the trust system on, okay, follow our insider trading protocol. This is so wild. Holy shit. It is literally scamming at every possible avenue of this project. The developers never getting paid, multiple developers never getting paid, two different like developing orgs, I think, right? They had the first one where the code got held hostage and another one come in, still didn't pay. Apparently other team members not being paid. Like everyone got scammed at every level except Jake right now. He somehow still made out with millions. He was the last scammer scamming, standing atop the pile of corpses.
Finger pointing. Well, I think it's pretty wild to try to make yourself look like the lesser of two evils when you made millions of dollars and investors lost millions. I just do. Now, at the same time, I want to be fair to Crypto King. He's not the only one who sold here. But I also have to say, not everyone from the founders did sell. For example, Jeff, Logan's manager, to my knowledge, never sold. Neither did Logan Paul, which was a huge surprise. All their wallets that I tracked, held on to their tokens, which is good. And to their credit for a game that doesn't work. But you know who did sell? Eddie Ibanez. The guy who didn't pay the initial devs, the supposed MIT orphan. Yeah, from what I could see, his initial wallet got a ton of Zoo, sent it to a bunch of smaller wallets, and then sold off, kind of like Crypto King. And for my calculations, he made about $1.7 million. Now, I have to tell you that like Jake, I tried to confront him and give him the opportunity to defend himself, but he never replied to my emails or my phone calls, and we're just gonna have to leave it there. But we're not done with the money just yet, because we still need to talk about the eggs. Remember, we talked about how they profited from ZooCoin, but they also made millions from eggs. According to their own internal meeting notes, they plan to make about $3 million selling these eggs for 0.1 ETH apiece. And that's not far from what I calculated they actually did make, which was about $2.5 million. In the meeting notes, they say they're going to clear expenses and then do payouts. But payout who? They don't say. And these expenses are referencing an earlier note suggesting Eddie and Logan had both spent $300,000 each, which I'll say is not $1 million. But okay, we'll give...
I will also say, I don't think Eddie has $300,000. This man's entire life is built on an empire of lies. Like, I don't think he even has this money. I feel like what happened here is Eddie said, yeah, I'll put in $300,000 for something here. And they're like, oh, okay, great, thanks, Eddie. And he just never did. And they'd never even bothered to circle back around to check on it. He does have 1.7 million now, though. True. Now he has money. There's the Prime Show and Westwood and the resub Gore and Banished.
But okay, we'll give it to him, right? So they got paid back their $600,000, but where does the rest of the money go? Well, on the Ethereum side, there's one payout for $364,000 to one wallet and another $1 million to another. They both are Coinbase addresses, so we don't know who exactly that is, but clearly someone on the team made a lot of money from these NFT egg sales that do not work. And on the Binance Smart Chain side, where they also made money selling eggs, the zoo that was spent was supposed to be set aside for 50% to be burned, which they did, but the other 50% was supposed to be allocated for wildlife charities and CryptoZoo development. Now, neither seems to have happened because all the money is in a wallet that the team still controls, so there are open questions about, where that money's going to go and where the Ethereum money went. Did it go to Jake? Did it go to Logan? Did it go to Jeff? Did it go to Eddie? We don't know. But what I know for sure is that no one was innocent, although there are certainly shades of guilt you can argue about because, of course, not everyone did sell. You could look at that as the most important thing. Logan Paul didn't sell. Jeff, Logan's manager, didn't sell. But does that make them innocent?
No,
well,
not even close.
I don't think so because they never built
absolutely
the game they promised people. Logan Paul specifically got millions of dollars spent on this game on the promise of the technology that he never built, that his team never built. And he never addressed the failure except to blame his developers who weren't paid. And you could say he promised to work backwards to fix it, but then never did. But at the same time,
hey, there's still time. Maybe he's working on it right now.
Because there are major team issues, right? You've got Eddie selling millions of dollars of Zoo and then allegedly not paying developers. You've got Jeff, who was warned about Eddie, who kept him on the team anyways. And then after they fired Eddie, seems to also have failed to pay developers on time. And then you've got Crypto King himself, who sold the most, but claims he was the guy who was scammed, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's just like Avengers Assemble for the worst possible team you can imagine to build a crypto gang.
And
so,
all the Avengers are scammers.
A lot of these guys backstabbed each other. And so finding a way to wrap this up was difficult because it's hard to assign exact proportions of blame. Because if you focus on any one person, you kind of miss why this project failed. CryptoZoo, at the end of the day, did not fail because the price went too low. CryptoZoo failed because they never built a functioning game that they promised. Really, the number one problem, even bigger than people selling millions of dollars of tokens, was that they never paid the developers on time, as boring as that is. And as a result, the investors not only got rugged for millions of dollars, which is a problem, but they just didn't get the core thing they had bought from the beginning, which was not a crypto project, but something different.
I'm excited to launch.
Yeah, they bought into an idea.
You keep using
a bad
I
idea.
just did it again. You keep using a
and
word
nothing
there.
else.
Game. You're not using like a project. It's a game.
It's a game. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
Nothing more fun than looking at
that
PNGs
to me
and
is
nothing
the
else.
biggest scam in all of this. Yes, it's a huge problem. People stole millions of dollars, but it's a symptom of the larger issue, which is people didn't actually care about the game or this, whatever you want to call it. They just cared about the money. And this is ultimately what happens when you have an influencer LARPing as a businessman. It's what happens when you have a liar LARPing as a developer. And it's what happens when you have a shady crypto guru LARPing as a crypto king. You end up with a mess. And in my personal opinion, a fraud as well. And now that this thing blew up in their faces, these four seem to be dodging accountability faster than SBF dodges calls with me. Because I have reached out to everyone involved, tried to get all of their statements on things.
Jake's very open
nobody
about it.
Has taken accountability or offered to refund the victims at all. They're all hiding, pretending these victims don't even exist.
I feel like Jake was very open about all of it. He just doesn't give a fuck, though. He's like, oh, they were scamming me, so I scammed them. But, at the end of the day, I was the victim, so fuck them. And he doesn't even acknowledge all of, like, the completely normal, innocent people that he also fucked in the mouth. Because he just doesn't care. That's just who he is. He is a biological, like, loser. He is born to be a sleazeball. It's what his whole career has been built on. Like, this is just him. This is his soul. He just doesn't care. Thanks to the resub Carson and Bulldog and the Prime Smelly and resub Zeal.
But they do exist. And throughout my investigations, they've been the heartbeat of this whole thing. So I decided to close this investigations in a bit of a unique way. Rather than me deciding who's to blame or me deciding what you should think,
Merry Christmas,
I want to give
everyone.
them the last word.
Happy holidays.
Everyone's to blame. Logan, in the sense of his poor management, is his project. He still made these promises to people.
I think everyone it is to blame, including Logan Paul, of course, because he was the one in charge of this, and he was responsible for all of this mess.
Everybody has a big part and a massive cross to bear.
Each one of them scammed the project in their own way, and then off to the sunset they went.
It was his job to check the team, to make sure that everyone is working together, to make sure that he is giving the funds of the people that put it into his project under his name to people that he actually trusts. So in my opinion, if the team failed to perform, that's Logan Paul to blame.
The community is destroyed.
Even in the face of all of this, I think they're still missing the core problem that Logan never had interest in them. Logan, obviously, with all the messages, obviously only did this to exploit them for money. He never cared about the project being good or anything like that. He didn't care if the team was managed properly. As long as he could get the bag at the end of it, that was clearly the main chief concern of his. And people are still trying, and I'm not blaming them. I don't want anyone to misconstrue this, but it's people still have this perception that he wanted to make the project work, but just wasn't good enough for it, when that was never the goal. That was never his intention with this project. It was a scam from the very start. Thanks, resub Massive, Tempori, Dan, and the Prime Cash, and the 5 gift subs Dense. Thank you, Dense. The resub Radiator, Geo, and the Bits Terrible.
People is angry. They just want their money back. They just want their normal lives back.
Reimburse.
Yep,
reimburse
absolutely
those loyal
reimburse.
Oh,
fans that they have, or how to rebuild the project, actually deliver on the project.
Oh, no.
For those who are still holding their eggs, like I am.
No,
For those
no.
holding the zoo coins. So maybe.
You don't want that. You do not want that. Reimbursement, yes. Rebuild the project, no.
They could just deliver what they promised, and that would give some redemption to this fiasco.
He's not said a word. That's as bad, or almost as bad, as taking the money. It's the not coming out and just being a man about it.
At least we deserve to know what was happening behind the scenes while we were waiting for almost a year and a half. The fact that we're hearing this information not from Logan Paul, but from pretty much an investigator, it really says a lot.
What did this loss mean to me? It meant a lot. Not just personally, because I lost quite a lot of money. My kid and also my wife were invested. It was like telling a kid that Santa doesn't exist or something like that, because she really believed in all that game. She really believed in Logan Paul. Kids look up to that kind of people. So it was some kind of broken dream.
My mother, my mum was invested. My sister was also invested. So I mean, my daughter even had a couple of the eggs and animals, which the loss for them hurts the most, because obviously it's just not nice to see.
For somebody to win, somebody has to lose. That's a gamble you take, whether you get into crypto or not. I got in knowing that I could lose, which is fine. That's on me. But I thought if I lost something, it would be because I sold at the wrong time, or the game didn't earn as much as I thought it would, and therefore my things weren't as valuable. But you never go into it thinking it's not something that they're going to just sell out from underneath you, because they could make so much more if they actually delivered on what they said.
Not really, though. It's very expensive. Well, this project, not in particular. I actually think a group of like 3 college students could have made their game in a week. It is literally pictures that then combine 2 other pictures, and that's it. It's the simplest idea I think I've ever heard. It's also the worst idea for a game ever. But in general, that belief that they'd make more money if they actually delivered something good, I think is a little wrong, because it's too expensive long-term to develop something good, whereas they can just make a quick paycheck, bounce, and then do it all over again. That's very common in the space. There's just no incentive. Like, it's just much quicker and probably more lucrative to just immediately pull the plug and make that money.
Even if they delivered on close to what they said. And that's the thing, is you don't think they're going to rug you because there was so much money in a game wallet.
Ultimately, at the end, the way...
And that's another thing, I'll say this again. In the crypto space, it is guilty until proven innocent. You should go into every crypto anything with the idea that this is a scam until I am proven otherwise. Because that is absolutely the safest way you should approach anything there. If you're so inclined, if you're a glutton for punishment that for some reason sees a crypto project you like.
Yeah, I see it as it was fraud. Logan could have put out the red flags, told people to stop investing more into it, because people were investing into this project until the very last minute, where the ship was still just sinking down the ocean, and people were still putting their cash into it.
If I was on a call with Logan Paul, I would ask him, where did his redemption arc go? I think he was on such a good streak going about his YouTube career and boxing as well, and it's sad to see that because of money, once again, we have degraded down to stealing from his viewers.
What would I say to Logan Paul and his team if I could? Well, actually, I could, because I have an NFT from other project that gives me the right to see Logan Paul, to meet and greet with him. And I will actually use that right to tell him this story again, show him this video in front of me, and see how he reacts when he sees that my family, my whole family and my kid are affected with this situation.
Fuck, I feel so bad for this guy in particular. I really do. He bought into it so hard under the impression that Logan Paul, being in the position he is, wouldn't fuck him. Oh, and I don't know if he's being sarcastic here. It doesn't strike me as sarcasm. Clearly, Logan would never actually honor this NFT promise. I mean, maybe now he would, because the pressure's mounted so much thanks to Coffeezilla. Maybe now he actually would sit down and genuinely have a conversation with him and reimburse him. But prior to this, he wouldn't. He wouldn't piss in this guy's mouth if he was dying of thirst. Logan doesn't give a fuck. This NFT to meet Logan, he would have never honored it.
Because I think that's not human.
You would think that Logan would have told his fellow followers, his loyal fans, that, hey guys, back off, red flag, things are there's turbulence in the water. No, not a single word, nothing whatsoever.
To market products at children and knowing full well that his team is made up of people that he believes are shady characters. Yeah, he still goes on Forbes interviews and says the game is great for kids. It's gonna be amazing.
Who loves it most? Oh, just read that sentence. Yuck. I think that's the most important thing we're doing, Paul said. Kids are gonna care about the blockchain because of my project. Oh, that makes you want to fucking puke. Imagine if your first experience on the blockchain is with CryptoZoo. Coming up with really, really fun plans for 6 months, a year down the line, 2 years down the line. Like, this could be one of the biggest things I do. Ugh. That's so gross. There's some cholesterol 80s artist. Young, Honorable, Mia, Mudkip, Joshua, Chaz, Maz, Zombie, and Drago.
Great for kids. It's gonna be amazing.
Who loves it most? The kids. Their kids love it.
Our developers' kids, all of them, cannot stop playing the game.
What are they playing?
Inhumane the way that side of it's been marketed.
Kids love looking at PNGs.
Knowing that all of the people that were there from the beginning, like all of the guys that I'd speak to on a daily basis, that we've all just got nothing now. Ideally, I just want to say I'll see you in court.
Hopefully you get the chance. Okay, there you go, Jeff. Fuck, this was so good. Fuck. Oh, I gotta hit up Coffeezilla. This was just unreal. Give me 2 seconds.
I uncovered a fraud worth $4 billion.
For the
Just give me 2 seconds. Okay, now I'm back. Thanks to the Prime, Abona, and the resub Jake, Devin, and Drago. Jake Crypto King replied to Logan and Coffee's tweet. I don't really give a fuck about his perspective though. Like legitimately, he was already an open book. I think he's already been hosed for all of the information he has in regards to this. Like, I think everything with him is very clear. Like, there's nothing with him or his motivation, what he did, or anything that I'm even confused on. Like, where there could be any wiggle room for an explanation. Like, this is just... that feels to me like clout chasing. I'll read his response real quick, though, just for the sake of getting everything, but... I mean, the guy is just an absolute fucking snake. Is the tweet you're talking about where he just replies to Coffeezilla's tweet about Logan subscribing to his Patreon? Because all Crypto King says is, but it's all on YouTube now. Is there more on Patreon? What am I missing? To answer your question though, Crypto King, yeah, there's more on Patreon. So Coffeezilla has exclusive content over there, such as like interviews. One that chat's pointed out in particular is an interview with a single mother who got really fucked by this scam. If you'd like to hear from her, Crypto King, not that you give a fuck about human emotion. But yeah, his Patreon content is bangers. I don't see any other tweet from him about this. Nope, here's another one. This was a reply to Logan Paul's tweet about Coffeezilla being usually great, but wrong this time. He replied to a guy that said... hold on, where's the whole thread? Invite everyone Coffee called out, including Coffee, including myself, including a lot of other individuals that went unmentioned. That was Crypto King saying that. Thanks to the resub Lucat, Harry, and Tier 1 Sammy, and the resub Sig. Thanks to Tier 1 Vapor. Damn, that was so fucking good. Oh, Logan Paul putting out the response January 3rd. I know. It just seems more like an advertisement for his podcast. Right now, I'm 1-for-1 on predictions when it comes to this kind of shit. I think what Logan Paul, the angle he'll play, is he's going to kind of corroborate a lot of what Coffeezilla said here and focus entirely on just all of the other people that he's surrounded with that were scamming. Because everyone around him was scamming. That's very clear now. I think he's going to try and preach his innocence by the fact that he didn't sell and that he went silent on the project. And he's going to say he chalked it up to being naive and afraid of backlash, which is why he didn't warn people sooner, and that he really had the best their best intention. He had the best intentions with their money in mind about trying to deliver on this project at some point because he really wanted to make it right. But he's going to drill really heavily on Crypto King and Eddie. He's not going to touch on Jeff. To him, Jeff is going to do no wrong. He's not going to throw Jeff under the bus. It's going to be all Crypto King and Eddie who are the puppet masters. They lied to him. They used him. They sunk the project internally. And he's going to only hinge his innocence on the fact that he didn't sell. I don't think he's going to address the millions that were made off of the egg sales. I don't think he's going to talk about that. It's going to be focused on just Jake and Eddie. That's my prediction. He won't touch on any of the other stuff. He's a prime angry. But I'd be very happy to be proven wrong. I'd like to see a very honest Logan Paul talk about how he just got blinded by greed. He saw the crypto space blowing up and knew he could just emulate another project. It was never designed to be a great game. He wanted just a money-making project. But he'll never do that. He's a resub Simu. Do you think he'll address the leaked texts? Yes. I don't think he's going to try and play them off as fake because those leaked texts come directly from Crypto King and a certain... I think, right? Crypto King leaked the internal meeting logs. I don't know if he was the one that leaked the group text, but I don't think he's going to try and say those are fake. I don't think he's even going to try that angle because I think Coffeezilla could easily disprove that and that would immediately fuck him. Wasn't Jake who leaked it? Coffee hasn't said. No. Like I said, Jake wasn't. I don't think Jake was the one that leaked the group messages. But Jake did say in that conversation that he has no problem providing that material. In his conversation with Coffeezilla, he said he has no problem providing actual material that they used in the meetings. And then Coffeezilla showed some of the documents. I'm assuming that came from Jake. How do you think Prime and KSI will recover with this scam coming out and bringing all this attention? Will this be the end of Prime and Logan Paul? Okay, I don't think it's going to affect Prime. I'll tell you right now. I think if things really keep escalating the way they have been, and thank God they are because I think this is a big deal, and it's just really nice to see Coffeezilla being at the forefront of the conversation here. He's been doing great work for so long. It's great to finally see people talking about him and what he's done with Logan Paul here. If it continues to escalate, I think what might happen, KSI buys out Logan Paul's shares and KSI runs Prime himself. As the face. Obviously, he doesn't run the company solo, but he would be the face. He would buy out Logan Paul's shares enough so that way he is no longer the face. That would be my guess as to what happens here. But I don't even think it'll reach that point. I think Prime's not going to take a hit. You're forgetting that he's that guy. True. As he said, he is that guy. Thanks a resub. Kaleidoscope. Why do people agree to talk to Coffeezilla? They only dig themselves a bigger hole. Well, believe it or not, because a lot of these people are fucking stupid. That's why. A lot of these people actually start buying into their own bullshit, loving the smell of their own farts so much that they convince themselves that their reasons make sense. So they'll talk to Coffeezilla and think that they're defending themselves without ever even realizing and processing that they are actually sinking. It happens every time. Coffeezilla's now got 2 people to admit to crime. Directly admit to crime. You got SPF to admit to fraud, and now Jake comes in here and admits to market manipulation and basically just knowingly rug pulling. I don't know what to tell you. They are just not smart. Thanks to tier 1 Zexion in the resub Shebe. Do I think big corporations might buy into crypto scams and slander themselves stupidly like everyone these days? Wait, what do you mean? No, I think the days of that are past. Then they did hop onto the crypto shit. Don't you remember all the corporate NFTs they tried peddling? All that dog shit? Will I be doing a moist meter on the whale? Yeah, when I see it, I probably will. I just haven't had a chance to see it yet. And don't forget about iShow Speed. Oh, you're talking about the Paradox Metaverse crypto? I actually checked on that yesterday. You're gonna find this hard to believe, guys. But it's not doing well. I know. I'm as shocked as all of you undoubtedly are. I thought I was here for the long haul. But it's running out of gas. They even had Ronaldo. I know. If only they had Messi. They should have got a fake Messi to promote it. Thanks to resub Mayo and Raccoon. And the 5 gift subs Ali. I don't remember if I said that. Thank you, Ali. And the resub Apple. No, of course not, Jay. I completely agree. You see Salt Bay was banned from Rolling Loud? Yeah, I did. He's getting banned from, like, everywhere now. Which is, I mean, it makes me laugh. I don't really see why places like Rolling Loud are banning him, but whatever, it made me laugh. Thanks a gift sub, Ryan. Salt Bay's canceled. I think this is actually the first time that I can think of that somebody ruined their career just from pure cringe. He didn't do anything like morally questionable. He didn't do anything illegal. He didn't do anything like necessarily bad. It was just an overload of cringe, and he just ruined his whole fucking career. No, I guess you could argue the morally questionable shit is trying to, like, or not even trying, like taking the World Cup trophy from the players, being, like, aggressive. I guess you could argue that is morally questionable. I would still say that that's more cringe than anything, though. He's a tier 1 Jeff in the prime, Chris Yeager in the resub, Nate and Air. Give sub Ryan in the resub, Banana Girl. Have you seen the $600,000 bill at one of his restaurants? Not surprising. He has a meal that costs 50 grand because it's drizzled with tiddlywinks of gold flakes. The guy's a fucking clown. His entire empire of food chains is laughable. He's a prime Marine in the resub slam. No, like I said, Jay, I think you're absolutely right. They probably will try again. Former governor of Vermont, Howard Dean, literally ruined his career over the Dean scream. Wow. We actually have an old head in here. The Dean scream is what Chappelle, back in the early days, made an entire skit based off of. We're going to Oregon! We're going to Vermont! Ah! And then Chappelle made an entire skit out of it. His career ended on the spot. That is a classic. Which is so stupid. It's actually... I'm going to play it. I'm going to play the clip. What was his name again? Dean... I'll just do Dean Scream. It's crazy to think of this now because at this point, this guy would get 1 million Twitter followers overnight and become a TikTok sensation if he did this right now. But this ruined his entire political career. This one moment. This one goofy scream.
You know something? You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something?
Tell him, Dean.
You know something?
Or Howard. Fuck yeah, Howard!
We will not give up.
He sounds like the president from Independence Day when he gives his last speech.
Arizona, or New Mexico, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. We will not quit now or ever. We want our country back for ordinary Americans.
Exit tier 1 raise. I don't remember this for sure, but I do remember reading that he was actually an extremely liked candidate right up until that moment. I'm going way into the data banks of my brain for that, but I think I remember reading that going into that, people fucking loved him. Like, people fucking loved that guy. But the second he did that silly scream, they threw him to the wolves. That was true? He had a lead in the polls? Okay. Yeah. Like, it is like a WWE performance. Just one scream. And he cooks it up, too. Like, look at him charging it. It's like a spirit bomb. Howard Dean finally, God rest his soul, had his political career ended. Just one scream. Ahead of his time, though. Like I said, if he did this today, he would be extremely popular for it. And he'd get a lot of new fans. Thanks to the resub, Graygon, Graham, and the bits, Tori, Space, and Tori again. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to check that out, Space. And yeah, I did hear about that, Tori. Is he alive? I don't know. I always just assume when I stop hearing about, like, big celebrities that they're dead. It's a bad habit of mine. I just assume that the reason I stopped hearing about them is because they died. Hey, thanks for the 5 gift subs, Ryan. Appreciate it, man. He reprised his speech in 2016, no scream though. What's the point then? Here's what I say. I think Howard Dean should he should get the cobwebs off. You know, get on his dancing shoes again and make a run for it. But this time invest heavily in the Dean scream. I think that should be the focal point of all of his campaign rallies. Build his whole brand around that and give it another crack. You could be his running mate. Yeah, I don't want to be his running mate. I'll be his campaign manager. I'll design his appearances. I'll have this man going on like Twitch rivals for games he doesn't even fucking play just to keep saying, yeah. Did Howard Dean in the next Smash tournament? Oh, yeah, have him casting Smash. But then wouldn't he become the breathtaking? No. I think it's a little different with the Dean scream. I legitimately think he got done so dirty. I don't know why that scream ruined him. Like, I really don't, to be honest. I don't know why people got so upset at the Dean scream back in 2004. He got done so fucking dirty with that. It was used to trivialize his platform by his own party. Oof. Rough. They must have just not liked him behind the scenes. Friendly fire, Sag. I mean, that is Sag. Imagine getting ruined because you got a little too excited, so you made a silly noise. Sometimes when I get excited, I fucking squeak. Like my actual throat like makes a squeak that comes out. It sounds like a dog toy. I could never make it in politics if you get fucked for something like that. I'd be out in the first debate. Or are you gonna run with? Weren't you gonna run for mayor with Andrew? No, I just thought that was a really silly idea. Of course, I wouldn't actually fucking run for mayor. When's the next WoW raid? Monday. I'm gonna finally finish off Razageth. They sampled the Dean scream in Breaking Bad. Oh, really? What? When? I don't remember that. In here?
We're going to South Dakota!
You got one part of that wrong.
You stream the raids? Yeah, chat's welcome to join too, as long as you're good.
This is not meth.
Was that actually in the show? Wait, what? That... No shot. This has to be a meme, right? Why? Like, that doesn't even fit here. Nah, no shot. That's definitely just like a meme. Find another clip. Good idea.
Your partner brought me. It sold faster than $10.
No way! What? Why is that even there? No one's even talking about it. What the fuck is the... What? It wasn't... That had to just be there as a joke. What the fuck? Yeah, it had to just be like a little joke with the crew. Yeah, I mean, it adds fucking nothing to the scene at all. Like, it's just a random sound effect. It's like the whip cracks in Johnny Test. They must have just, like, been, like, laughing about this and threw it in. Alright, hey, alright, all power to him then. Here's the Prime. Mango and the resub Antidose. Can't believe that's real. Neither can I. He's a resub hazard. Wow. Audio engineers love the shit out of this. Think Wilhelm scream. Yeah, but I feel like Wilhelm scream is only used as a joke, right? Like, there's no way they actually use the Wilhelm scream seriously anymore. Like, that's just an audio engineer goof. Same here, though. Yeah, true. I wonder how many other times the Dean scream has been slid into movies and shows. Thanks to the resub. HXS. Thanks to the Prime Stick. Does the Wilhelm guy get royalties? Oh, I don't know, man. You're asking the wrong guy. I actually don't know too much about the voice behind the Wilhelm scream. Thanks to resub Purple. Resub Catzy. Okay, I gotta pee real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, I'm back. Things to give sub cat and the resub Matt and tattoo Ginny and give sub phallic. And the resub Astrid. Oh, hold on, I gotta close that door. Okay, I'm back. Thanks to the bits, Christina, and the resub, Cassandra. And Tier 1 Supreme and resub T-Pants. And the resub Sauce. And the resub DeLorean. And resub Vanilla and Prime Lawless. And Byleth. What is Nepo baby stuff? I don't know what that is. I haven't heard of that. I don't know, what the fuck is this? Nepotism babies? Celebrities with famous parents. What's the debate? I haven't read shit about this. Nepotism babies are basically whining about being called nepotism babies. Why? Like it's not like it's a myth. I mean, it's a real thing. I mean, like I think anyone can recognize that. I don't understand. I don't even understand what the problem is. Oh yeah, I did see Tobey Maguire did an AMA. Thanks to the Prime Alphabet. The new Tub video. Yeah, someone told me it's about the most evil musicians, and he left out Ian Watkins. Which is interesting. I'm imagining he did that because it's been covered a lot now. Would be my guess. So he's probably looking for other ones that most people don't know. Thanks for resub Slam. Thanks for resub Garden.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today
I'll check them out. I'll see what
musicians
made the cut.
There is in fact no Danny DeVito in the back. Not forever. Just for this video and maybe the next one. But yeah, we got a Christmas tree. Woo, festive. Also, my album Ear Candy comes out next month. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Finally gonna give you guys a package. You guys don't have to listen to Cherry Soda on repeat anymore. But yeah, like I've said before, there will be an Ear Candy album movie here on this channel. It'll premiere live. And the album cover is officially released. Drum roll, please.
Thanks to Prime Princess.
The album cover is actually on my Instagram. I'm not going to show it in this video. We're almost at 100,000 on Instagram. So that would be amazing if you guys could go follow it. And also in news of the channel, we actually hit 100 million views.
Thanks to Tier 1 Looter.
Give it up for us, man. We did that. 100 million views in total on this channel. Thank you guys so much. That's a lot of people looking at me, judging me behind the screen. I know you judged me behind the screen. Do you guys remember my hard drive video that I released like I think 2 or 3 weeks ago? Well, I got limited ads. Boom. I'm not gonna make a big deal out of that, but I will say a big thank you to today's sponsor. A lot of my videos just get straight limited ads.
Do I check the NORAD
so I'm
Santa
very
tracker?
thankful for companies that want to sponsor the channel. And today's sponsor is Casetify. Casetify is the world's most popular tech accessory brand, known for their protective phone cases made from 65% recycled
No, it's
materials
about evil musicians, so it's going to be their crimes, not their shitty music.
Individual style.
Well, I don't even know if all the
Casetify
music is
offers
shitty.
a wide range of
Johnny
case types that
Johnny
offer
Cash
high
on
levels
here,
of
but I don't wanna
protection,
spoil it.
style, and sleekness. The bounce case offers world-class protection with Casetify's EcoShock Impact Absorption
some
technology.
saucer.
These cases are test-dropped 156 times to ensure they can handle everything life has to
No,
offer.
I don't
The
skip
clear
the
case
ads.
offers a sleek look for your devices with its clear back and slim form factor, providing you with a low profile. Unlike other cheaper TPU cases, Casetify's clear cases are optimized to prevent yellowing. The Impact series is a great combination of the two, offering a slimmer profile than the
These are
bounce
some weed.
case, but still being tested from drops of 11.5 feet. Casetify has also recently launched their artist program, where they partnered with exclusive artists to offer more than 2,000 prints to choose from for your case. You can express yourself however you want to.
Didn't
oh
we
yeah,
watch this?
they also
No,
have
he
these
just posted
accessories that
this.
you can attach to your phone.
I just made a
Casetify was
I
nice
made a
enough to send
video
some
on
cases out to
the
me, and I've been
most
using them for a
evil
while now.
musician
I genuinely
ever,
love this brand, and it
Ian
actually has
Watkins.
saved my phone a couple times. Make sure to go
So
to
it's just a similar topic.
casetify.com/tub today to get 15% off your order. Thanks again to Casetify for sponsoring this video. Alright, now let's get started with the video. Sid Vicious. John Simon Ritchie, better known by his stage name Sid Vicious, was an English musician, best known as the bassist for punk rock band Sex Pistols. Despite dying in 1979 at age 21, he remains an icon to some of the punk subculture. To say John had a troubled childhood would be an understatement. He was raised by a single mother who sold marijuana to get by. She later remarried and John now had a stepdad, but sadly, that man passed away 6 months later due to kidney failure. By the time John was 15, his mother's life was consumed by a heroin and opiate addiction, causing him to feel lonelier than ever. While attending Kingsway College of Further Education, which was a school for students with difficulties, John admitted to a counselor that he had thoughts of and that he would torture and kill cats in his free time. That same year, Ritchie met fellow Kingsway student John Ladon, who introduced him to his friends John Gray and John Wardle. All four, who became known locally as the Four Johns, quit school and began squatting in various dismal locations. 3 of the 4 Johns would then take nicknames. Liddon gave Ritchie the nickname Sid Vicious after Ritchie was bitten by Liddon's hamster, Sid. 2 years later in 1975, Glenn Matlock and Paul Cook joined the band, now rebranded to Sex Pistols. Though Ritchie still wasn't a part of the band. It wasn't until 1977 that tensions started rising between member Matlock and their manager Malcolm McLaren, which led to Matlock being kicked from their band for, quote, liking the Beatles. The work environment was pretty toxic, with Matlock revealing that their manager purposely made them pick fights with each other because he thought generating chaos between the band was a creative mechanism. Anyway, this is when John Ritchie, aka Sid Vicious, would finally join Sex Pistols and become their new bassist. Just a year later, on October 11th, 1978, Sid and his then girlfriend, Nancy Spungen, hosted a party in their hotel room, during which Vicious took approximately 30 Tuinal tablets, and while many people came and went, he was comatose for the rest of the night. At about 11 a.m. the next morning, hotel staff found Spungen dead on the bathroom floor, with a knife wound in her abdomen. Vicious was found wandering the hallway. He first claimed to have killed her, then said he remembered nothing. 2 people who had been at the party stated that Nancy was alive at 5 a.m. The murder weapon was identified as a Jaguar K11 hunting knife, which Nancy had purchased for Sid a few days earlier. Vicious was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. He told police that he and Nancy had argued that night, but gave conflicting versions of what happened next, saying, "I stabbed her, but I never meant to kill her," then saying that he didn't remember anything. Then after that, saying that Spungen had fallen onto the knife. Later,
this kind of shit happened. Like, he mentioned the torturing and killing cats. That's where it always starts for a murderer, or I guess like a full-blown like psychopath, fucking maniac. That is like the number one sign that someone will end up doing that to a real person. Torturing, killing animals. That is just the most common thread. I think the second that gets mentioned, they need to take that very seriously and monitor the person. There needs to be some very serious repercussions for that shit. That is just like the most cited correlation ever. Like an early sign of someone who will likely be a murderer. Makes no sense why it's still not taken super seriously. A lack of respect for life. I think it's still just that notion that, oh, it's just an animal. That's a huge distinction. He's just doing it to cats right now. He'll never graduate and do that to people, surely. But I mean, there's tons and tons and tons of killers. All, and very many of them have no problem being open that it started when they were kids with torturing and killing animals. I just don't know like how much more evidence they need of that being a telltale sign. Thanks, Resub Kumquat and Baby Whale.
The arresting officer was quoted as having said, after an investigation, Vicious admitted killing Miss Spungen during a dispute. Though the situation was a bit hard to get out of because Richie admitted to stabbing her, his manager, his mother, and his label were able to get a top-tier lawyer which arranged for Richie to be released on a $50,000 bail, with conditions that he wouldn't leave New York and that he'd sign in daily at the 3rd Homicide Unit offices. All legal costs were covered by Virgin Records. Just 2 months later, Richie found himself in another case when he was flirting with Todd Smith's girlfriend. No, not that Todd Smith, but he was flirting with a man's girlfriend, and when Smith told him to back off, well, Richie broke a beer bottle and jammed it into his face, leading to Smith getting 5 stitches and Richie being arrested and charged with assault. In January 1979, Richie would be released on a $10,000 bail. In the morning of February 1st, 1979, after completing his detoxification program, Richie was released from Rikers Island Jail. When he arrived in Manhattan, he met his friend Peter Gravel. Vicious asked Gravel to find him some heroin, and Gravel brought $200 worth of the drug to the apartment. Gravel said that they sat around doing drugs and he left at 3 a.m. when the hard drug use began. He noted that Vicious was already nodding off, but he also said that Robinson, which was another friend of theirs, gave Vicious 4 Quaaludes to help him sleep. Vicious died that night of a drug overdose. Deborah Spungen, who is Nancy's mother, claimed that Vicious wrote a letter to her when he was hospitalized saying, "We always knew that we would go to the same place when we died. We so much wanted to die together in each other's arms. I cry every time I think about that. I promised my baby I would kill myself if anything ever happened to her, and she promised me the same. This is my final commitment to my love." No one's ever gonna know if Richie actually overdosed on purpose to meet Nancy again, or if he genuinely accidentally overdosed. Chuck Berry. Charles Edward Anderson Berry was an American singer, songwriter, and guitarist who pioneered rock and roll. Nicknamed the father of rock and roll, he refined and developed rhythm and blues into major elements that made rock and roll distinctive with songs such as Maybelline, Roll Over Beethoven, Rock and Roll Music, and Johnny B. Good, which was featured on the classic Back to the Future. Writing lyrics that
I'll be honest, the main thing I know Chuck Berry for is that performance with John Lennon where Yoko starts banging a drum and making outrageous noises into a mic and he looks extremely shocked and uncomfortable. That's like the most I know about Chuck Berry. And then I also know the Bill Burr segment on that interaction. Iconic clip though. It goes on for like 3 minutes. What? The Yoko Ono screaming? No. That went on for only like... probably only like 30, 45 seconds before they cut her mic. But it's enough to be traumatizing to listen to. Show the clip? I highly doubt I can show that clip on Twitch. That would get my shit DMCA'd so quick. Chuck Berry and John Lennon? Are you serious? And Yoko Ono? Well, Yoko Ono doesn't even know what the internet is. Yoko Ono still does that shtick. She's lived her whole life around this idea that people like to hear her make goofy noises. I will never forget that, I think it was 2016, 2015. She went to like an art museum and had her own exhibit where she just grabs a mic and goes, for like 5 minutes. Yoko doesn't know what the fuck the internet is. He's a tier 1 Travis and the resub Dish, Axel, and the Prime Toad.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Huge. Next is Prime Home Shot. And Weeb. Ugh, God, Jesus. There's the resub Void. Hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas. Oh, I'm so tired of this fucking PC crashing. Oh, it's getting so frustrating. Oh, now the border's all fucked up again. Oh, goddamn. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Morgoth. Appreciate it, Morgoth. Thanks to resub Wolf. Thanks to resub Brew. What? No, this is an old Artesian I'm still on. I've just been riding it out. I don't know why though. It's hard to get past that mental block where I only get something new if the previous thing I was using actually is non-functioning. That's just how I've always been. But this is borderline non-functioning. There's a resub jank. And the resub stash. There's the thing about not wanting to waste stuff. I don't even know where it really started, man. I couldn't tell you. Cause it's not like it'd be a waste. This old computer still works, albeit with crashes pretty often. But like, it's not unusable. So even if I do just finally upgrade, I could just put this one like at the warehouse as like a last resort kind of computer. So it wouldn't even be like waste. I don't know what it is though. It's just like this little mental barrier where it's me just not feeling ready to upgrade. I don't know. There's a resub Iris and Clay. Resub Kiritsugu. Alright, hold on, let me open my other shit real quick. I don't think it'll take me as long to set my shit up. Okay, that's good enough. Alright. I'm going to chalk that one up to Yoko Ono cursed my PC for a crash there. That's going to be my leading theory for now.
Roll Over Beethoven, Rock and Roll Music, and Johnny B. Good, which was featured on the classic Back to the Future.
God,
writing
such a good
lyrics
song
that focused
too.
on teen life and consumerism, and developing a music style that included guitar solos and showmanship. Barry was a major influence on rock music. Though he's seen as a legend by many, the fact that he's a predator and full-on creep seems to be forgotten. Well after his peak fame, when Charles was 61 in 1987, he was charged with assaulting a woman at Newark's Gramercy Park Hotel. He was accused of causing lacerations to the mouth requiring 5 stitches, 2 loose teeth, and contusions of the face. He
Jesus
pleaded
Christ.
guilty to a lesser charge of harassment and paid a $250 fine. 3 years later, in 1990, he was sued by several women who claimed that he had installed a video camera in the bathroom of his restaurant. Barry claimed that he had the camera installed to catch a worker who was suspected suspected of stealing from the restaurant. Although his guilt was never proven in court, Barry opted for a class action settlement. One of his biographers, Bruce Pegg, estimated that it cost Barry over $1.2 million plus legal fees. His lawyers claimed that he had been a victim of conspiracy to profit from his wealth. Reportedly, a police raid on his house found intimate videotapes of women, one of whom was apparently a minor. Also found in the raid were 62 grams of marijuana. Felony drug and abuse charges were filed, and the abuse charges were eventually dropped, and Barry agreed to plead guilty to misdemeanor possession of marijuana. He was given a 6-month suspended jail sentence, placed on 2 years unsupervised probation, and was ordered to donate $5,000 to a local hospital. Still don't know why the abuse charges were dropped, even though there was apparently a video. Later videos Barry recorded of himself urinating on a woman, and another of her defecating on him would surface. And one of those—
Whoa! Wait, this guy was like the original R. Kelly pisser. He recorded a video of him pissing on a woman like 10 years before R. Kelly did. Maybe R. Kelly was inspired? Interesting. The defecating, I don't think R. Kelly ever did. I don't think he ever got shit on by a woman. Well, he may have. I have no fucking idea. But that was never in any of the court documents. So he didn't want to go full Chuck Berry. It was a half measure. Thanks to the Tier 1 Sergeant and the 5 gift subs Destroyer. Thank you, Destroyer. The Prime Grit and Resub Brain. John McAfee. Yeah, I still don't know if that one's true, but I still just love the mythos around that. It was rumored that John McAfee would hire prostitutes to sit in this special swing he made that had the ass cut out of it so that way he could lay under it and they'd shit on him. That was a kind of wild theory. Don't know if it's true. There's a lot of mystique around the life of John McAfee. There's really no telling for sure what's real and what's fake. I don't remember if we asked him that on the podcast or not. I don't think so. This is old lore. Yeah. Someone just brought up John McAfee. So I was just explaining why. Thanks to the Tier 1 Destroyer. Thanks, Resub Stinky. You asked about the whale thing. Yeah, we asked him if he actually had sex with a whale, which he denies. But I don't remember us asking about a shit fetish. Thanks to the Prime Cup and the resub P and Nate. What is it with celebrities and shit piss fetishes? I don't fucking know, man. I'm not their sex therapist. I have no clue. If you want me to take like an uneducated stab at it, I'd say it's probably because they reach this level of wealth and fame where they have everything. So the only thing left to give them some kind of thrill is the most deplorable shit. I don't know. Thanks, Resub Foxy and the Prime Dirty.
Videos is it's on Reddit. Doesn't show that much, but you can hear a Chuck Berry fart and then ask, "Did I fart in your face?" Not gonna play the audio.
Oh,
but
what?
It's pretty odd and wild stuff. Nonetheless, the
you can't tease me with that, Tub. What? Say that again.
Face on Reddit doesn't show a woman, and another of her defecating on him would surface. And one of those videos is it's on Reddit. Doesn't show that much, but you can hear a Chuck Berry fart and then ask, "Did I fart in your face?" Not gonna play the audio, but it's pretty odd and wild stuff. Nonetheless, the dude was a fucking.
Okay, hold on. Just pulling that up. This is called Classic Video Chuck Berry Farts on Prostitute. Okay, I don't know how crude the audio is, so I'm going to mute for a second and listen to this.
Hundreds of hours.
Yes. Yep. So.
That was hype. That was a lot cooler than I thought it was going to be, too. It's not muted. Well, you're welcome then. How about that? That was hype. The video had like his legs over his head. It was like the fart was aimed at her face. Fucking weirdo bad guy, though. Interesting fart, though.
Creep. And he died on my birthday, March 18th, 2017. He died due to a cardiac arrest. It's so annoying that his music is built in all Teslas on their little Christmas mode. Hey Elon, this dude was a full-on predator.
It does seem that way.
Goldvik Ethan, aka Faust, is a Norwegian drummer known primarily for his work with the black metal band Emperor. In 1993, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for, get this, murder. He's been out of prison since 2003, but according to Ethan, while walking home from a pub through the Olympic Park, a well-known gay cruising spot, a man named Andresen drunkenly approached him and solicited him for sex. Ethan agreed to go with him to the nearby woods, and there he stabbed Andresen 37 times. Ethan claimed that he felt no remorse at the time. Ihsan, his bandmate in Emperor, said that Ethan, quote, had been very fascinated by serial killers for a long time, and I guess he wanted to know what it's like to kill a person. The media has linked the murder to black metal, and speculated that Ethan was motivated by Satanism, fascism, or homophobia. In a 1993 interview, he stated, I am not a Satanist, but I praise the evil. And in an interview for the book Lords of Chaos, he explained that he had been interested in Satanism, but there are other things as well. Basically, I don't give a shit. In a 2008 interview...
Which one's the one that's, what is it, the Church of Satan? I don't remember. One of those that's called Satanism or something to do with Satan is actually just kind of about, like, loving yourself or some shit. I don't think it's this one. Whatever this guy's talking about. But which one is that? Oh, the Satanic Temple. Ah, okay. The Satanic Temple. Yeah, because that one is apparently just all about, like, self-love and not worrying about, like, greater powers. Something like that. Thanks to resub Milky and Pupil.
Ethan said, I was never a Satanist or a fascist in any way. In a 2012 interview, he said, I never had any racist or homophobic views. Gal, who was an openly gay member of the Norwegian black metal scene, said that Ethan was the first person to send him a message of support when he came out. Police initially had no suspects, and Ethan remained free for about a year. However, he told Oystein Euronymous Arseth, Varg Vikernes, and a few others what he had done.
Damn, those names are crazy.
After Oystein murder in 1993, which we will talk about next, Ethan was arrested and confessed to killing Andresen. In 1994, he was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment, but was released due to good behavior in 2003 after serving 9 years and 4 months.
Isn't that wild? Murder is still something that you can just serve your time and come back from. I guess maybe there was some level of rehab at that particular prison. That'd have to be some fucking crazy rehab. Guy just randomly murders someone. I don't really know how you solve that problem. But then there's people that have marijuana charges that will never see the light of day again. Apparently marijuana is something you can never rehab out of. Isn't that fucking crazy? Yeah, true. I guess maybe it's just something with the prison system over there that's different here. I don't know. Still, though, I just find that to just be very sad.
And 4 months. Varg Vikernes. Now, the Mayhem Band is a topic you guys have requested a lot, but I honestly don't think I'm gonna make a dedicated video to them anytime soon. There are some great documentaries here on YouTube all about that. However, I will talk about Varg Vikernes, the 1993 to 1994 bass player for the band. On June 6, 1992, the Fantovstave Church, dating from the 12th century and considered architecturally significant, was burned to the ground by arson. The cover of Burzum's EP, Ashes, is a photo of the destroyed church. By January 1993, arson attacks attacks had occurred on at least 7 other major stave churches, including one on Christmas Eve of 1992. He was found guilty of several of these cases. At the time, media outlets reported that he was associated with some type of Satanism. In later interviews, Vikernes,
Man, that satanic panic was in full effect.
Arsons said they weren't satanic, but instead revenge for the Christian desecration of Viking graves and temples. According to him, the arsons were on the anniversary of the Lindisfarne Viking raid. He claimed that all the burnings except for one were done by one person. In early 1993, problems came between him and Euronymous, which was the band's lead guitarist, which ended up in Euronymous' murder. It's been speculated that the murder was a result of a power struggle, or a financial dispute, or maybe even an attempt at outdoing the stabbing by Faust. On the night of the murder, Vikernes and Blackthorn drove from Bergen to Euronymous' apartment at Toyengata in Also. Blackthorn allegedly stood in the stairwell smoking, while Vikernes went to Euronymous' apartment on the 4th floor. Vikernes said he met Euronymous at the door.
Jesus, this is so much to keep track of.
But when
Holy
he stepped
shit.
forward and confronted Euronymous panicked and kicked him in the chest. Vikernes claims Euronymous ran to the kitchen to fetch a knife. The two got into a struggle and Vikernes stabbed Euronymous to death. His body was found in the stairwell on the 1st floor with 23 stab wounds, 2 to the head, 5 to the
sounds
neck,
like self-defense to
and 16
me.
to the back. After the murder, Vikernes and Blackthorn drove back to Bergen. On the way, they stopped at a lake where Vikernes disposed of his blood-stained clothes. Vikernes was arrested on August 19, 1993 in Bergen. The police found 150 kilograms of explosives and 3,000 rounds of ammunition in his home. On May 16, 1994, Vikernes was sentenced to 21 years in prison, Norway's maximum penalty. The murder of Euronymous, the arson of 3 churches, the attempted arson of a 4th church, and for the theft and storage of 150 kilograms of explosives. Though Vikernes only confessed to the theft and storage of the explosives, 2 churches were set on fire the day he was sentenced. Vikernes continued with his band Burzum, which included one other member, Samath, after his release. He released 3 further black metal albums, Bellis in 2010, Fallen in 2011, and Skiptar in 2012, and a compilation of re-recorded songs. In the years following his release from prison, Vikernes became an active video blogger on his YouTube channel, which was called Thulian Perspective, but YouTube removed his channel from the platform in June 2019. But by that point, the channel had 250,000 subscribers. So there's a chance if he redeemed the 100,000 subscriber play button, that YouTube gave a murderer a play button. I'm talking about a murderer that already killed someone, not like a YouTuber that ended up killing someone. Like they rewarded a murderer with a 100k play button.
Varg Vikernes, født 11.2.73, dømmes til en straff av fengsel i 21 år.
Well, that's
Johnny
2
Cash.
people here that are now out after murdering somebody. Huge. Wow. 80 tier 1 Platonic and the resub Licked Doge and the Prime Lion. And the resub Natanata. Yeah, they must have been real lax on that. Thanks, resub Penguin.
Johnny Cash was an American country singer-songwriter. Much of Cash's music contained themes of sorrow, moral tribulation, and redemption, especially in the later stages of his career. He was known for his deep, calming voice, kinda like me. In Los Angeles in the summer of 1965, Johnny Cash was living in the wilderness of Southern California.
Was that a G flat?
When he sparked a wildfire with his overheated truck. It blazed through more than 500 acres and threatened the lives of endangered condors. This took the lives of 49 condors, and there were only 53 condors in that entire forest. Sad because in 1987, the California condor was officially declared extinct in the wild, and it's safe to assume Johnny Cash had a lot to do with it. When asked by a judge if he started the fire, he said, "My truck did, and it's dead, so you can't question it." He ended up settling the case for $82,000, or about $500,000 in today's dollars. When held legally responsible by investigators, Cash made lovely statements such as, "I don't care about your damn yellow buzzards." Yeah, he was definitely feeling pretty remorseful. If you guys are looking for ways to support the
Oh,
channel
that's-
other than just watching the videos,
What a
which
piece
I
of shit.
promise you is
Ew.
already enough, thank you so much. You can also buy
I like
from
Johnny
the Earl
Cash
brand.
music.
The website is
I didn't know he was such a
earldoesn'texist.com, and we
douche.
currently have our Christmas collection. You can follow us over on Instagram as
Hey!
well. Exist. We have a new comic. We upload a lot of comics, so if you want to go see the adventures of Earl, you can go check it out. Everything from the Christmas collection will leave on New Year's. So these are very limited. We're never going to sell these again. Next year it'll be different Christmas
Thanks, Resub
collection.
Steve. Good
These
to see you, man. Hope
designs
you're doing well.
are
Happy
limited. Yeah, if you want to
holidays.
support the channel, if you want to
Thanks,
look
Resub
cool, if you
Georgia.
want to get a special gift for a special someone, make sure to shop at Earl Doesn't Exist.
Sucks, but it's not murder.
Oh,
Well, yeah, it's
by the
definitely
way,
not
guys,
murder.
Make sure to use code EARL20.
I mean, I guess it is murder.
20% off anything
49
on the site. This will
condors.
expire on January 1st.
Not
And now let's head on
intentionally,
to the
but
next topic.
still.
Ozzy Osbourne. John Michael Ozzy Osbourne is an English singer,
Please resub
songwriter,
comment.
and television personality. He rose to prominence during the 1970s as the lead vocalist of the heavy metal band Black Sabbath. On February 19th, 1982,
Bit the head off a
Osbourne had a
bat.
few too many drinks and ended up stumbling on the street in nothing but his girlfriend's dress. He was in a dress because she hid all his clothing in order so that he wouldn't go out anymore, but Ozzy being Ozzy, he just put on her dress and left. He ended up taking a leak and thought nothing of it, and it was later revealed that Ozzy peed within the Alamo Plaza, not the Alamo itself. But still pretty disrespectful, as it's quite literally nicknamed the
I
Heart of
actually remember
Texas.
this.
It holds this status because it
remember
represents
this
the
story.
Battle of Alamo, which was a pivotal event in the Texas Revolution following a 13-day battle where Mexican troops reclaimed the mission, killing most of the occupants inside. Police arrested Ozzy, who spent part of the afternoon in a local jail on charges of public intoxication. He was later freed that evening on a $40 bond and performed at the city's Hemisphere Arena Convention
These are
Center.
some
This
Cloud
also
and
led
Amy.
to him being banned from playing in San Antonio, Texas for 10 years. Once those 10 years were up, a sober Ozzy came back and gave a proper apology.
What? Are they speaking through a waterfall? What is that?
DMX.
Oh.
On July 1st, 2004 at 8 p.m., DMX, whose real name was Earl Simmons, and his friend
Thanks,
were at the
Mr. Buck.
JFK airport, specifically in the parking lot for terminals
In
1,
Venom.
2, and 3. Allegedly in a hurry, DMX and his accomplice were becoming irritated with the speed of the car in front of them. So DMX turned on the siren lights of his Ford Expedition. Why he had siren lights? I don't even know. DMX pulled
That's
the
so
random car
hype,
over,
though.
and keep in mind,
What?
the dude was with his wife and his daughter. DMX told the guy that he and his friend were FBI agents and attempted to drag him out of his own car. After failing to do so,
How do you get
DMX returned to
sirens
his
as a
vehicle
civilian?
and crashed through a gate, where he was then arrested by Port Authority police and found with multiple rocks of crack cocaine. DMX and his friend, whose name is Jackie Hudgens, were charged with cocaine possession, criminal impersonation, criminal possession of a weapon, criminal mischief, driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Also for claiming being a federal agent and attempting to carjack a vehicle. The victim was originally seeking compensation in the amount of $4 million from DMX. DMX's attorney, Rich Cord, spoke on behalf of his client, explaining that the rapper felt he was justified in pulling the victim over and making a citizen's arrest. He went on to say, his vehicle looked like it was a police vehicle, and he believed the victim should have gotten out of the way. When the victim didn't get out of his way, he decided he should pull him over. He read
What the fuck? This is the. There's no way this works. It's. First of all, it's illegal to impersonate a police vehicle. You can't even have sirens. What do you mean? Like, that's already a crime. Like, a literal crime. I do love the excuse, though, that he actually wasn't trying to, like, steal their car. It was a citizen's arrest. I like that. That's an interesting angle. I like that one. That's good RP. You can buy sirens but can't use them. I don't even know where the fuck you can get sirens. I thought it was literally illegal to have sirens on top of your car unless you are a police officer. You can't flash red and blues. You can have, of course, like workers' lights and all of that, but you cannot flash red and blues. I think that's literally illegal. Amazon. Well, yeah, I guess you can get like toy ones and slap them up there. Thanks to the resub, Cobra, Molnir, and Champ. It's illegal to do, but you can still install LED lights. Well, yeah, you can still have like some kind of lights. I'm saying you cannot be like Siren. You cannot. I don't even think you can have fucking red or blue headlights for that very reason. Am I right or wrong with that? You cannot flash anything red or blue because you cannot be mistaken for a law enforcement officer. It's illegal. Jeremy DeWitt alert. True. Classic Jeremy. Thanks to resub, Bora. Fucking hype, though, that for some reason he had law enforcement sirens for his vehicle. That's cool, I guess. DMX was just above the law. He was the law. But he flew a little too close to the sun with all the crack and then trying to arrest someone. Oh, that's not what he was trying to do. But I do like the angle of the citizen's arrest is trying to get him out of the charge.
Billy admits to making believe he was an FBI agent and telling the victim to get out of the car. He denies striking him or trying to pull him out of the car. DMX was given a conditional discharge on December 8, 2004, but pleaded guilty on October 25, 2005 to violating parole. Here's a clip of DMX talking about it on The Breakfast Club in 2012.
I was rushing for a flight. Right. And this dude in the raggedy ass Honda, he driving wild slow. Right. Now, usually if I'm in a rush, you know what I'm saying, and I'm in that truck, I hit the lights and, you know, throw the siren or whatever, and they get out the way. Right. But he was just totally disrespecting my authority. Not that I really...
What authority?
I didn't really have the authority. But what if I really did have the authority?
Right. So you threw the light on.
Yeah, I threw the light on.
So you just have sirens in your car?
Well, that one, yeah. That one, yeah.
I think that made you feel like you had more authority than you actually had.
What? Rick James. James Ambrose.
What the fuck? It sounds like they actually just gave him a law enforcement unmarked vehicle. What the fuck you mean? I just threw on the sirens. That's so wild. Yeah, I mean, at that point, goddamn, he basically was just like an unsworn-in officer. Thanks to the resub, Mitch and Teriyaki. And the bits, Eliza.
Johnson Jr. was an
DMX
American
is his own
singer,
precinct.
songwriter, musician, and record producer. Born and raised in Buffalo, New York, James began his musical career in his teenage years.
I
He was
only
in
know
plenty
Rick
of bands
James
before
from
entering
Chappelle's
the US
Show.
Navy Reserve to avoid being drafted into the Army. In 1964,
Oh, I also know his iconic interview where he's like, cocaine's a hell of a drug. That's it. That's all I know about Rick James. What do the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap. And Charlie Murphy. Man, this has been a night of like remembering old Chappelle Show moments. That show was so good back in the day. Fuck me. I'm Rick James, bitch. I know literally nothing about his music or him as a person, though.
James deserted to Toronto, Canada, where he formed the rock band the Mina Birds, who eventually signed a recording deal with Motown Records in 1966. Johnson's career with the group halted after military authorities discovered his whereabouts and eventually convicted him of desertion-related charges. He served a few months in jail. After being released, Johnson moved to California, where he started a variety of rock and funk groups in the late 1960s and early 1970s. In 1977, James finally found success as a recording artist after signing with Motown's Gordy Records, releasing the album Come Get It in 1978, which produced the hits You and I and Mary Jane. In 1981, James released his most successful album, Street Songs, which included career-defining hits such as Give It To Me Baby and Super Freak. By the
Wait,
1990s,
what?
the
Whoa,
drug
wait. Rick James is Super Freak? Oh, okay. So I definitely know of his music. I just didn't know it was him that made it. Oh, I had no clue. I love that song. That song went so hard. Thanks, Reese. Karsten, Drag, Mitch, and the bit Smokey. Early January Smokey.
Use was public knowledge. He was heavily addicted to cocaine and later admitted to spending $7,000 a week on cocaine for 5 years straight.
Cocaine's
on
a hell of a
August 2nd,
drug.
1991, James and his girlfriend Tanya Hijazi were arrested on charges of holding 24-year-old Frances Ali hostage for up to 6 days, tying her up, forcing her to perform sexual acts, and burning her legs and abdomen with the hot end of a crack cocaine pipe. All of this during a week-long cocaine binge. Ultimately, James untied the victim and she fled his house. Eventually, eventually checking into Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, where her injuries were brought to the attention of police, and her story unfolded from there. Sadly, many of the allegations made by Ali were not upheld. Due to his strong legal defense team, James managed to avoid life imprisonment after being cleared of the torture charge. You see, this is only one of the many stories when it comes to Rick James being a horrible person. And it didn't seem like Rick James was apologetic, as when another one of his victims was recounting what she went through with him, he was seen audibly snoring in the courthouse. Other stories include minors, which I'd rather not talk about. This is another one of those things where people just seem to not talk about.
Oh, holy
Frank
fuck.
Sinatra. There is a very famous picture of Francis Albert Sinatra, aka Frank Sinatra. This image is the infamous mugshot photo, and who would have thought that one of the world's best-selling music artists' arrest was, well, for a crime that doesn't even exist anymore. And what was that crime, you may ask? Seduction. This charge was usually applied when a man convinced an unmarried woman of good repute to engage in an inappropriate encounter with him. There was generally a promise of marriage that would never actually come true, thereby ruining the woman's reputation. It was basically when a man would lie to a woman of high standards in order to fuck her, usually promising marriage. In other words, the official crime for all the 1930s busters with Riz. Oh,
damn, this man actually caught a Giga Chad charge.
A 23-year-old Sinatra found himself in that situation, and he was officially arrested and booked for seduction. The charge was eventually dropped, and it was later discovered that the supposedly single woman was in fact married. Later that year, the original charge was revised slightly, and Sinatra was again arrested, this time for adultery. Adultery is legal punishment for cheating on your spouse whom you're married to. It's a really outdated law, which some states are actively trying to get rid of. These states include Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Kansas, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, New York, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Utah, Virginia,
so like all the
and
states.
Wisconsin. I mean, this is a pretty lighthearted one on the list. I know the woman still cheated, and I feel bad for whoever her husband was, but imagine if this mugshot was for something way more heinous. Imagine it was like
Frank Sinatra mugshot for robbing blind old lady, then pushing her in front of a semi-truck.
It just wouldn't feel right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it wasn't anything too bad from Frank Sinatra. What an actual wild charge. There was a time where it was illegal to have game. Jesus Christ. Hey, sorry to hear about that, Sinatra. But also, congrats and good work.
Elvis Presley. Elvis Aaron Presley was an American singer and actor, dubbed the King of Rock and Roll. He's regarded as one of the most significant cultural figures of the 20th century. His energized interpretations of songs and sexually provocative performance style led him to both great success and initial controversy. He became insanely famous with Heartbreak Hotel, which was his first #1 hit, being released in January 1956, and he quickly became a star. In Joel Williamson's book, Elvis Presley, A Southern Life, he writes about Elvis's life on the road, including his time spent with teenagers. Williamson wrote that while on tour, Elvis preyed on a group of 3 14-year-old girls who would pillow fight, tickle, wrestle, and kiss Elvis, who was 22 at the time. He also met his wife when he was 24. She was 14. Though they got married when she was 21, they claimed they never had sex. This has been questioned by many people, even to the point where a book has been written about it. Multiple books, actually. Now, Elvis was never charged with anything regarding these relationships, but he should have been, and I'm sure we can all agree on that.
I never heard
Thank
that.
you guys
God
so
damn.
much for watching
what
the
the fuck?
video. If you liked it, make sure to leave a like, and if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Also, go follow me on Instagram. We're almost at 100,000 followers.
some
And make
eggnog
sure to
and
go
Fry
buy some
Lord and the
amazing
bits
clothing
Jacob
at
and T-Chan.
BroDoesn'tExist.com. Oh
Merry
yeah,
Christmas,
and ear
T.
candy is out next month. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and all the other holidays, and Happy New Year, in case this is my last video of the year. I hope it's not, but in case it is. And I'll see you guys next time I upload.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't know most of those. I am surprised he didn't put in Ian Watkins. Ian Watkins, what he did is still worse than everything on this list. His entire musical career, everything he did behind the scenes is the most heinous shit imaginable. But yeah, I think the reason he probably didn't bring that one on is because of just how dark that is. Like, there is murder on here with these two in the middle. But I think Ian Watkins had so much, and all of it is so unbelievably fucked up. Like, the most disgusting things imaginable. that Tov probably just decided that's a little much for this, would be my guess. Yeah, also no Gigi Allen. Can you give a TLDR? The biggest pedophile in music history. His charges include a ton of horrible things. The one that is probably the most shocking that most people know is the attempted rape of a baby. And the repeated attempts at raping babies. Yeah. He is the biggest, most evil person in the music industry ever. I made a whole video on him recently, actually, if you want like the deeper dive on it. Sucks because he was the lead singer of like my favorite band growing up. Also, this is another great video on Ian Watkins. Yeah, the Lost Prophets singer. How did he keep ending up around babies? Because his female fans would present their children to him to fuck. And he would also convince the mothers to sexually abuse the kids in front of him, like through video calls and stuff. So the fans provided the children for him to fuck. Yep. It's as awful as you could possibly imagine. Every awful thing you could imagine a pedophile is capable of doing, he did. For many years. He is in jail. Yeah, he is in jail. So yeah, I think the reason Tov didn't include him in this list is because it's a lot. It's a lot. Never gonna catch Ian, he's too smart. I can't tell if you're making a joke because they let him go for so long despite having so much evidence against him, or if you really think he's not in jail. Because he is currently in jail. He actually just got married in jail, I think. I think I remember reading him getting married recently. No, maybe not. He still does have fans that visit him, though. He has a girlfriend. He's not married. It's fucking crazy. Other inmates will kill him if they find out what he did. I don't think so. He's been in there since 2012. Or, fuck, was it? When did he actually go to jail? Was it? It wasn't 2012. He actually went to jail. Fuck, I'm blanking on the exact dates on things. What year did he go to jail? That's when all of this came to light. I don't remember when he was actually sentenced to jail. (2014). He's in protected custody. Not surprising. And they're doing a great job of monitoring him as well. I don't remember if I mentioned this in the video, but even while in jail, he still gets, for some reason, really good treatment. So, October 19th, 2017, Watkins was grooming a young mother from prison. As of March 2018, he went back to a different prison. On March 2018 again, he was found with a mobile phone that he was using to maintain contact with a girlfriend outside of prison. Like, he still has access to more women. Separate the art from the artist. Meanwhile, the artist. Hey, I've talked about this like 4 times now. Even in that video, I mentioned it. I have always stood firmly on the side of you can separate art from the artist and still enjoy what they created. But I can't do that for Ian Watkins. His music was very much like a part of him. So much so that one of their music videos almost feels like him bragging about what he does. It's this one. Town Called Hypocrisy. In this music video, he's like a children's show host dancing around kids, and those kids then transform into supermodels that he's now dancing around and like grinding on and shit. And then he gives like a little wink to the camera at the end of the whole thing. You can't always separate the art from the artist. It's fucking demonic. Oh, it is. It's straight up diabolical. When he was asked about all of this, he never took it seriously. The password... I'm just repeating the video, but we're already into it. The password to his laptop, like his actual login, his password was ifuckkids.lol. That was his actual fucking password. He was so open about being a pedophile and yet still preyed on kids for years. When he finally got convicted, his reasoning for why he did it, he said he did it for the megalols. His words. Fucking insanity. He's a tier 1 Adi in the resub. Dragon and Bits Retro. Merry Christmas, Retro. He said megalols unironically. Well, yeah. I mean, he's a fucking pedophile loser, man. What do you expect? Did the other members know about it? They all maintain that they had no idea. And I have no reason to not believe them, but I have also read from a couple of sources that it wasn't unheard of for young-looking girls to be backstage around Ian Watkins. So I think it's a little weird that they would never question that. Thanks, the resub, Bob. Turn a blind eye to the guy who's signing the paychecks. Yeah, it's certainly possible. But yeah, I didn't mean to... That's such a fucking sad, depressing, disgusting topic. I didn't mean to bring that up, but since we were already going through this video, I felt it was at least pertinent since people were asking why he wasn't there. There's the resub. Washed up in the bits Eliza. Definitely not a Christmas story. Yeah, that's not your old St. Nicholas holly jolly Christmas spirit kind of story, I'll tell you what. Thanks to the Prime Henry. Or Hinra in the resub Erebor. And the resub Daily D. And the resub Kai and Danny. And the bits Aw. This exact thing happened with Davey Vanity from Blood on the Dance Floor. Oh! Damn, I hate to stick on this topic, but that's a really good point. Davey Vanity wasn't in this. I think it's because he hasn't been convicted yet. Yeah, that guy's fucked. Thanks to the gift sub Quell. And the resub Amelius and Bits Eliza. And tier 1 Puddin' Pop. Was there a video on him? I don't know if there's actually been a full video on him. Let me see. None that I know. But like he's one of the most... Like he is so well known for being a predator and yet is still just free to continue to be a predator. At least to my knowledge, right? He's not in jail right now, is he? No. Which makes no fucking sense. Exhibits Evan in the resub Almond. Has Jared Leto done anything besides having a weird cult? He's a shit actor, but no, he just has that weird cult. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Young. Appreciate it. And tier 1J. He was great in Dallas Buyers, though. He was also great in Requiem for a Dream, to be fair. But it doesn't change the fact that he's just in nothing but stinkers now. And he is not good. It's not like he shines in those movies. He's like the most embarrassing part of the movies he's in now. Thanks to resub Trippy and the gift sub Evan and tier 1J. And as much as it hurts me to say this, 30 Seconds to Mars still just... They still have bangers. Like... They still have bangers. Oh, another 5 gift subs. Thank you again, Young. Boomer take? It's not a boomer take. Their music is still like fine today. It's not just nostalgia. Like the music's still just enjoyable. Like he's a weirdo, but the music is good. That one clip with the narcissist streamer ruined that song for me. Wait, what song? And which streamer? What are you talking about? Oh, the one where she's like, oh, the one, I think it's Invader Vi, right? Where she's, God, what was her speech even about? Fuck, I know exactly what you're talking about. And then it had, the 30 Seconds to Mars for the Call of Duty montage. Fuck, what was her speech? Animals. Yeah. The animals are dying. The planet is dying. We just gotta go out there and say, fuck it. And then it goes into the COD montage with 30 Seconds to Mars. Yeah, what is that called again? I'm assuming it's this. Oh, yeah, this is the one.
Then what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might.
Actual classic. Morbius sings that. Yep, that's Jared Leto. 30 Seconds to Mars, man. Oh, thank you for the 10 gift subs, Crayfish. Appreciate the big drop. He's a prime skillful. Accidentally some of the best throwback in the stream. Oh, bro, you don't even want me on this montage rabbit hole. I still remember all of the goddamn classics, every single one of them. Even the deep cuts that probably only 5 people in here remember from back in the day. I was so big into the montage community for COD, Halo, and especially Gears of War. I bet you guys have not even seen Violet. Oh my god, did it get deleted? Holy shit. No, there's no way. This was iconic. Was it not called Violet? It was definitely called Violet. Let me typing in the song. Oh my god. Ah, here we go. God, 555 views. This was hosted on another website designed specifically for COD montages. And this blew my fucking mind when I was a kid. But yeah, you don't want me on this montage rabbit hole. I fucking know all of them. It's alright, ain't that good? Hey, I used to love that one. I thought that was such a creative editing technique to make everything violet and distorted. It was cool. Show us your oldest. No, I don't have them anymore, man. Not like my originals. I still have some of the old ones, but not many. Unfortunately. Thanks the bits, Evan. Yeah, modern montages are fucking boring. Thanks, Resub Fox. Kind of just a dead genre. A relic of the past. Thanks to Tier 1 Bowen. And the resub Uga. I don't know about that, Mike. You ever do any weird fan music video? I made one for Halo 3 before Halo 3 came out. I made a Halo 2 music video set to the song Ordinary by Thousand Foot Crutch. But that's been deleted, of course. And I used to make anime music videos for Bleach and Naruto and shit. But all of those are deleted, unfortunately. I wish I still had all that. I really do, man. That's what I want for Christmas. If Santa Claus could wiggle his ass down my chimney and deliver all of my deleted videos, oh my god, I'd go fucking crazy. That would be a holiday miracle. Thanks to the resub, Matt McGrump. What about your Fire and Flames finger banging video? That's not even that old, though. And that still exists. You can still find that video, which is hype. That was back in like 2016. I took a video of a porn star named Euphrat fingering herself, and I sped up the footage so it synced with Through the Fire and the Flames. It's pretty cool. Thanks for resub, Silver. I'm gonna have to fact check that. Hey, it's still up. It's a bit silver. I can't take full credit for the idea either. I was inspired. I don't remember where I saw it, but I saw a video of some girl that, like on Pornhub or something, that was doing something similar. For some reason, she was like fingering herself, and Through the Fire and the Flames was playing, and it got posted to Reddit, where they were like, "What a weird song choice." And I was like, "Damn!" But imagine if it like matched the speed. Or something like that. Now I'm foggy on the details, god damn it. I know I got inspired by something, and I feel like that's probably what it was. Fuck. Thanks to the bits, Husky. No, we're not just gonna watch montages. It was just a brief dip in the pool. True, Evan. True. Thanks to the resub, Cuddle. Cuddle's my linguini. Yeah, happy holidays. So much got lost when Machinima deleted their videos. I reached out, well, I had Matt reach out to the owners of Machinima to see if we could just buy it from them. Because right now they make literally $0 from it. The channel still exists, but there's not a single video. Like, they're just sitting on all of the old videos, doing nothing with it. So I was just going to put in an offer to buy it from them and just give everyone their videos back. But we still haven't heard back. Because this actually housed some, like, internet history. It is criminal what they did. Like, inexplicably, too, just delete... Actually, I don't even think they deleted it. They just privated every single video all at once. For no reason. Stupid, man. It's fucking stupid. So I'm hoping someone at Machinima, or whoever owns it now, I think it's Fullscreen, hopefully they'll reply to Matt sometime soon about buying this from him. Because this is $0. This thing is legitimately $0. In fact, it's worth less because it's such a reputational hit to even mention the name Machinima. It has the most baggage out of any name online. It's just such a negative thing. They should be giving that shit away, but I'll buy it from them. Thanks, Resub J Money and Pyroad. When did they take the videos down? 2019. I believe 2019. It might have been early 2020. Yeah, I saw that, Evan. Yeah. What if you buy it and see they deleted all the videos? Then I'll turn Machinima into a Moist Esports highlight channel. Overnight, we'll have the biggest esports YouTube channel on the planet. Plenty of backup plans. When did they change the logo? It's here. We talked about it on the podcast, but it's actually a pretty perplexing story. So Machinima got sold to Warner Bros. In 2016, I think. What was it? Yeah, 2016 for just under $100 million. Huge deal. And Machinima was already kind of on its way out here. It was already falling off. But still, massive payday. Fast forward... I think it was 2018. It gets 2019 gets taken in by Fullscreen. So it goes from Warner Bros. Delegated down to Fullscreen, and Fullscreen makes the decision, I shit you not, deleting all of the content that same year. Makes no fucking sense. So, it's coming up on 4 years now of having nothing. Generating $0 for Fullscreen. Just let me buy it. You can even retain a percentage of the ad revenue the channel makes. I don't fucking care. Give me the channel. I will unprivate all of the internet classics or give them back to the creators that made them in the first place. and then do something fun with this. But from everything I understand, there is nobody that is even associated with Machinima anymore. There's nobody that even has the information to log in. It is truly dead. Still haven't heard back from Fullscreen about our offer. If there's any interest there. But here's hoping. When did you ask? Like a month and a half ago? Make a hashtag about it on Twitter. I don't think there's anyone at Machinima that uses Twitter. I don't think there's anyone that knows anything about Machinima left at Fullscreen. So I just have to hope that eventually Fullscreen heads will reply to us about it. Thanks to Prime Tactical. There's Anthony and the Bits Pretzel. And thanks to Resub Kane. And Tier 1 Gorgon. So sad, so much content just lost. Yeah, I know, man. It happened instantly, too. Like a Thanos flip of... Jesus, a Thanos snap of the channel. Deleting every single video, or privating it, not sure yet, all at once. And never even telling the creators. They never knew, they just lost all of it. Which includes the iconic Furion and Fluxy dualtage, if anyone remembers that. I think that was still Machinima's most viewed video, too. The re-uploads still exist, but goddamn, what a fucking hit. Fullscreen defunct a year ago. Doubt anyone is even there. Yeah, I know Fullscreen isn't necessarily healthy, but I think they do still have some kind of operational management at some department. Like, they're not fully dead, are they? Weren't they just absorbed? Yeah. They were absorbed back into Warner Bros. Oh, no, wait, that's old. So who the fuck owns this channel, then? It looks like Warner Bros. Fired everyone at Fullscreen, which means... Who has access to this? Okay, here, Warner Bros. Warner Bros. Has it again. I don't know exactly how we get in touch with Warner Bros. About buying Machinima. Thanks to resub Rosh, Corpse, and the Prime Godfrey. Yeah, maybe Jay if we get real desperate. Yeah. Of course I know about that, Forgotten, and happy holidays. Probably sell it for cheap since it's literally dead. They make $0 from this. Yeah. I would hope they'd be willing to negotiate a fair price for it. Thanks to resub cheese. Warner Bros owns Rooster Teeth and Machinima. Yeah, I mean, Rooster Teeth is struggling too. At least the main channel is. I know Slow Mo Guys is owned by Rooster Teeth and still doing just fine, but god damn. Still check in every now and then to see if they're somehow saving the sinking ship, but Christ. Controversy after controversy after controversy. Goodness. Once a company sold to corporate, it becomes soulless. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. Who did MatPat get acquired by? I know MatPat just signed a deal, right? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy shit. Thank you for the 100 gift subs, Blue Lemon. Fuck me. Thanks for the huge drop. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. God damn, thank you for that. Thank you for the fucking huge drop. Appreciate it, Santa. Thanks to the resub, Angry. And the gift sub, Sudden. Right, hold on, just give me 2 seconds. I gotta pee real quick. I'm gonna fill up my water as well. Thanks to resub, Montro. I'll be right back. Thank you again, Blue Lemon. I'm back. Oh. Thanks for some Harrington, Ivan Tear, Hockey, Duck, and Sanguine. Thanks to the Prime, Quark and Resub, Mothi and Maze. You should watch the Ascent BF montages. I vaguely remember those. What? No, I was just talking about Rooster Teeth because of the whole full screen thing, all that shit. Oh, I did want to mention something. It's what this tab is here for. Santa Letters Adult Writing. This is a interesting topic. Not something too sinister or anything, but I mentioned on stream something I thought would be fun. I was talking to Matt and Danny when we were playing WoW that I thought it'd be nice if we did like the letters to Santa and fulfilling the presents that kids write in for. That was before like actually reading them. So there's this program at post office, at least the Tampa post office, where they collect letters that were given to Santa and they post them online. You can adopt a letter and it has their wishes from Santa and it's super cute. Like the idea is so cute. And you adopt it, you fulfill the presents on there. And we thought it'd be just like a really fun thing to do for the holidays. Well, when we went through it, it turns out that the majority of them seem to be written by adults. I'll give you an example. So one of them's like, "Hey, my name's Natalie, I'm 6 years old, and I'm really excelling in math right now. I had a couple of bad days where I was kind of not good, but I hope I didn't make your naughty list. I feel like I'm nice, and I really want this year for an NVIDIA 4090, and then I'm also looking for a size 14 Air Jordan Max." And it's like, oh, well, that's interesting. Natalie at 6 years old is looking for a size 14 shoe, huh? And that's like every goddamn letter. Every single fucking one was just like that we went through. There was only a couple of them where we were like, that's probably from a kid. Like that one might actually be from a child. But even then, there's no vetting. Like I couldn't fucking believe it. There was like no vetting to it at all. It was so frustrating. Because then I have no way of knowing, like, okay, did I just get scammed? Or are we actually helping a kid get the Christmas presents they're looking for? Thanks to the resub Dextra and Lesgro and the gift sub Aljo. Did you buy the Jordans or not? No, we didn't do it because we lost confidence that we were actually, helping families have a fun Christmas as opposed to helping some dude get a new pair of shoes, very expensive shoes. It was really sad, honestly. Like, I feel like that's a great idea. Like, letters to Santa and just outsourcing it to people that want to help make someone's Christmas a little better. But I think there needs to be some level of process where it's like, yeah, this was actually from a kid looking for these things. As opposed to, here's a guy pretending he's 6 years old, but then inexplicably asking for fucking size 12 Reebok. Thanks to the resub, Bright Boy and Gilletty and JoJo. Somewhere out there's a little girl with giant feet that just can't get shoes that fit. Yeah, now our Christmas is ruined because we didn't get the fucking size 14 Air Jordans. Thanks to Tier 1 Caden. Did Cola ever get his Jordans? Yeah. Yeah, he did. When he came down and did the Hot One stuff with us. Thanks for the bits. Thanks for the bits, Evan. Yeah, of course. I know about Death Battle. What did I want for Christmas? I mean, there's nothing I really wanted for Christmas. The main thing I wanted, and this is going to sound so fucking embarrassing, literally the only thing that I knew for sure I wanted was socks. So I actually don't have any socks because I usually just walk around barefoot, but when I do need to put on shoes and wear socks, all I have are old Nickelodeon socks that I got last Christmas from Tiana's parents as kind of like a gag gift. So this year I was like, I want fucking socks, so I don't have to keep wearing SpongeBob's. There's a resub, Nars in Vero style. Needs the resub cheek. Yeah, it's just socks are something that I never think about until I need them. And it's not like I'm just going to stop everything like in the middle of trying to go somewhere to order a pair of socks on Amazon. So when it's time to go to the sock drawer. It's nothing but Tommy Pickles and pizza from Rocket Power socks. Throw those bitches on. Go about whatever my plan was. Come home, take them off, forget about it. Rinse and repeat. Socks is just not something I ever think about until I need them. I did tier 1, Evan. Or, I keep saying Evan, even. Eventide. And thanks for the bits, Americanus. The resub Requiem. Oh, and the bits again, Americanus. Thank you. What type of socks are they? Oh, they're fucking nice socks. They're Bombas, something like that. My parents got me some banger socks. They seem really comfortable. And apparently it's like buy one and they donate one to a homeless shelter or something, which is cool. So that's nice. Is that not how you say it? What is the brand called? Is it not Bombas? Bombas? Bombas. Socks, shirts, and undies. And the socks seem very comfortable. Oh, I know Sabaton, yeah. Thanks for the bits or the prime moments. And the bits duck. Can you rewind the live stream? Not on Twitch, you can't. I mean, all of the feature updates they've been rolling out, I feel like that's coming any day now. I mean, I guess you could if I had the VODs auto-publish, but for some reason that setting doesn't work for me anymore. You go to VOD and go back, but that's only if the VODs auto-publish during the stream. Here's resub mango. The worst scammer on TikTok. Yeah, that's the guy who plays pre-recorded videos of him near sick children and begging for money, right? That's who you're talking about, I think. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you for the 11K bits, Bobby. God damn, Bobby. Thank you for that. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Happy holidays. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the huge drop. I hope Santa was very generous to you. Thanks to tier 1. X to G. Thank you again for that, Bobby. Have you ever thought of going back to YouTube for streaming? Who knows? I still consider Twitch my home though, but I am very concerned about what the state of the site could look like in like another year or two. They're just not really putting out updates people want and ignoring problems. And the updates they do put out are so fucking bad. Like, anyone remember elevated chats? Rest in peace. Thanks a resub, bud. That was a few months ago, right? Bro, I think that was last month. I don't see elevated chats on mobile. Well, I'm pretty sure they removed it. Thanks for the bits, Evan. Oh my god, I did it again. Even? In the resub R2. I'm very familiar with that channel. Thanks for 5 gift subs, Beaches. Appreciate it. Why have the streams been inconsistent recently? Just had a lot going on. It's just been a busy month. Did Santa visit you while you were streaming? Not that I know of. That bastard. Thanks for 10 gift subs, Nuno. Appreciate that, man. Wouldn't that be kind of fucked up, though? Like, I turn off stream and there's, like, presents under the tree right now? That'd be terrifying. That's like some horror movie shit. Thanks for resub, Fate. And we plan on making other types of merch like phone cases and lanyards. Don't know about phone cases and lanyards, but yeah, every merch drop we do is like an entirely different style of shit. I think you guys are gonna really like the next one as well. It's super. It's a very silly one as well. The Moist Esports jersey and tracksuit I think are like the two most amazing items we've made so far. That shit goes so hard and is so unbelievably comfortable. The next one is more of like a silly one that'll still be comfortable, but it's a deep cut. It's not like a reference or anything, but it's very interesting. And then I eventually do want formal wear, to the point where I want people wearing moist global merch to their weddings and shit. So like a 3-piece suit, tie, the whole nine. Matt's wedding. Oh, fuck. Imagine getting him dripped out. Yeah. That would be hype. They look like actual clothing, doesn't stream, hey, I watch this streamer. Well, yeah, that's the idea. Well, the jersey is obviously like a sports jersey. Like, that is very much like, hey, I like this team. But the tracksuit is one of those things that just looks fucking amazing on its own. Thanks to the resub, Fernando. Thanks to the bits, Tori. Oh yeah, that'd be so hype. Games you'll be playing soon. I was gonna do more Dark and Darker tonight, but I kept getting lost in rabbit holes and having a lot of fun, so probably do Dark and Darker tomorrow. Finish the WoW raid tomorrow as well. That'll probably be the plan for tomorrow. Because we're on Razageth, so I really want to finish that raid. Like, I just really don't think the Razageth mechanics are hard. It's just a matter of consistently doing it. Like, actual consistency. Just doing normal right now. We're not even on to heroic yet. These are the bits, Camus. Yep, I saw the Sunny video on the cheaters. Yeah, it's international tax. No, I haven't tried the Call of Duty raid. I did see a little of it. It seems interesting. But it's not, like, the most appealing to me. Just a Call of Duty raid. I don't know. But I like that they're trying something somewhat interesting here. But there's only so much you can do with just like a Call of Duty FPS and raid mechanics. Thanks to the resub kiss shot. It's not like Destiny. Yeah, it's just like a campaign mission. I wouldn't even really call it a raid. I'm not sure, Hydra. It's just the holidays slowed down all of the restocking. It should be soon, I hope. But I've also been saying that for 2 weeks now. So, at some point, like, they're definitely getting restocked. I just don't know when. Am I ever returning to Scarlet and Violet? Probably not. I planned on it, but I just never did. Thanks for the resub, Jimmy. You ever gonna finish that Dark Picture game? I don't know, man. Maybe. The worst TikTok scammer is new. Okay, let me see who it is. This guy? I don't recognize this kid. Alright, I'll take a quick peek and then look them up
Scams are
myself.
everywhere. You can find them on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, pretty much any social media platform out there. Most recently, you probably heard about the FTX scam or how iShowSpeed promoted a crypto scam to his fans.
I
But
did
in the
hear
grand
about both
scheme
of
things, those are only just some of them. Today, we're going to take a look at TikTok, an app that can push somebody no one knows to the eyes of millions and potentially change their life for the better. On the other hand, it can also be equally as bad. But what happens when you're given that same opportunity, but for live streaming instead?
If you end up on the TikTok live stream section, you've already fucked up. Like, I'm just gonna assume you're there for something nefarious. Like, why the fuck would you ever watch a TikTok live stream? Go anywhere else for live content. Not TikTok. Like, holy shit. It's fucking terrible. That is the worst streams ever. Bar none.
Ms. Wasabi, and I hope you're doing well. Now, of course, scams aren't new. They've always been around, but that doesn't mean that scammers haven't been trying to improve. It's actually considered a business for some scammers that are big enough. But luckily, we have people such as Kit Boga,
Yeah, it's a whole empire.
Scammers Payback, and many other scam baiters who try and get scammers caught and arrested, and ultimately try to get the victims affected their money back if possible. As of 2021's report from the FTC, consumers lost more than $5.8 billion to fraud, noting that
isn't that crazy?
$2.3 billion of those dollars were losses from imposter scams. Now, you probably seen them time from time in your favorite creators comment section. You'll see the username say telegram me at whatever the creator's channel name is, and then it'll be followed by a comment saying congratulations, you have been selected amongst our shortlisted winners, or thanks for watching.
That scam
Message
has
right
to
away
work,
and I'll have
otherwise they
something
wouldn't
for you.
keep
Now,
doing
you
it.
might be asking yourself if people really do fall for those things, but you got to remember, if it wasn't as serious as it is, then you wouldn't have big creators making videos or community posts trying to inform their viewers about the situation that's actually going on. YouTube has tried in the past to resolve this issue and has failed horribly, but with their newest change, anyone who leaves a comment, you can only see their username. You can't see the actual channel name itself anymore. And so if you see a comment from @MrBeast on YouTube, then you know it's the real one.
Thanks to the tier 1 Cobra.
Now, TikTok is a platform that, in my opinion, I think is awful, but I can see why people like it due to the dopamine rush of infinite content always available. But throughout the constant swiping, there's
Not just TikTok. The entire internet is just infinite content always available. You can infinite scroll on Twitter, YouTube, fucking everywhere. You never have to stop being stimulated. TikTok's probably the worst offender, though. I agree.
There's one thing that TikTok likes to promote in between their short form videos, which are live streams. While it may be easy to stream on other platforms such as YouTube, Twitch, or even Facebook, if no one knows who you are, then chances are you're probably not going to get many viewers, if any at all. With TikTok, it's always been known as a platform where the entry barrier to get noticed is a lot lower due to how the algorithm works. So when you take that into account, the streaming on TikTok becomes a lot more appealing to people wanting to give live streaming a shot, or potentially by scammers who see it as a great opportunity to take advantage of other people.
So judging by the thumbnail, this is the scammer he's about to call out, and I can already tell you he's doing the exact same scam that I briefly mentioned. I'm going to take a shot here, just based off of the other scams I know on TikTok live streams. He plays pre-recorded videos begging for money, doing something, telling a sob story, one of the two, and he just loops that shit endlessly to try and farm money out of it.
And we are not getting a galaxy. You see, I just needed to be positive because we aren't getting galaxy. I was so confident. You are making me rage today. You are making me rage today because we aren't getting a Galaxy. Which
I
means
don't know what
I'm
that
not going to
means.
knock it over. Which means I'm not going to rage. And which means I'm not emo. Because Galaxy means I'm emo and I have to knock it down.
Someone translate. Is a Galaxy some kind of like in-app currency that's a big one? What does that translate to real currency? How many doubloons? Why am I, how am I getting so many different answers to that question? I'm just gonna look it up myself. How in the fuck? It is a standard rate on the gift, I have to imagine. How the fuck did I get a range of $5 to $1,000 from so many different people? Jesus, why do I ask? Why do I bother asking? How? Cost $13.50. God damn it. Holy shit. It is $13.50. Okay, so then this is just everyone's doing this scam then. Displaying pre-recorded videos as a stream.
Is this fake? No, your mom fake. It's not fake.
So what you saw was only just a few of the different types of scams on TikTok. At any time, you could go on TikTok and I guarantee you would find more of the streams that you just saw. And then to add the cherry on top, some people don't even have real streams. They're just pre-recorded. They're fake. So the process for going live is pretty straightforward. On TikTok's website, it says you must be 18 years or older, but you also need at least 1,000 followers. But for scammers, it's not hard or expensive to buy followers, so it's not really a roadblock to those determined enough. Now, I don't know why the requirement is hidden on TikTok's own page, but in case you don't believe me, Adobe's own website details the requirements for going live as well. Now, unfortunately, I only got 193 followers, so I wasn't able to test going live for myself, but I can still show you how easy it is to set up fake streams. So if you're on mobile and you have the mobile gaming tab available to you, at the top it says mobile gaming live allows viewers to see your screen in real time. Once you click go live, then it allows you to choose an app to show on your screen. So if you choose photos, then you can just go to a pre-recorded stream, click play, and you're done. Or you can do like this guy and just stream someone else's pre-recorded stream as your own, because TikTok is full of kids and teenagers that don't know any better, so they're easy to fool and potentially get money from. So
that's also very common. On TikTok Live, I know they take Twitch streams sometimes and just broadcast it there as well on their page to farm off of the TikTok stream, or off the Twitch streamer. So they'll take like a VOD. They'll take like, let's say, XQC playing GTA RP. They'll take his entire stream, download it onto their phone or tablet or whatever, and then they'll just play it as a live stream on TikTok and just let people come in and just farm. That's pretty common on TikTok. I've seen that before. That's pretty smart, and I think a lot of channels do that on TikTok because there's nothing stopping them from it, and everyone on there is a kid, so they don't even know. Do I watch TikTok? The only time I go on TikTok is when there's like an interesting drama story. Otherwise, I don't fucking touch it. I am not really too big of a fan. I'm sure there's good content on there somewhere, but I'm not going to be the one digging through to find it. Thanks for the resub, Nick. TikTok streamer I like is a guy who peels raw eggs all day. Well, it's more than $13. There's no way it's like 100. Are you talking about the Galaxy? What do you mean? I looked it up. TikTok Galaxy cost. Like here. Why did you donate to tell me that when you can just look it up yourself? Roughly the equivalent to $13 to $15 or $13.50 overall. This is outdated? This is December 11th of 2022. It was a week ago. What the fuck do you mean it's outdated? Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe inflation's a whole new kind of beast over on TikTok. I'm just going to say this is probably correct for now.
The easiest way to tell if a stream is fake is to look at the user's profile. For a majority of them, their profiles are either blank with a fake profile picture, and the bio either has no text, or some of them say, "Don't give me Galaxy," which is their way of saying, "Give me money." Another way you can tell is when someone gives a rose or any other gift, and then see if anything actually happens on screen. More times than not, nothing actually does. Now, I want to focus back to a user I showed you earlier called Dad of Emo. One look through all his videos, it would make you feel like you're in a fever dream, as a majority of them are all the exact same.
Every time someone joins my live, I have to knock it over. Every time someone joins my live, I have to.
This ain't what you want.
Jesus Christ.
He blinked? Are you serious right now? I haven't blinked for the last 17 days. You can literally join my live right now and check for yourself. I don't blink.
This is unwatchable. Holy fuck.
Your live? That is cap, bro. I haven't blinked in the last 7 days. You can literally join my live right now and see for yourself. I don't blink. Are you serious right now, bro? I have not blinked for the last 7 days. You can literally join my live right there.
Fuck me, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's just unwatchable. I'm going to take Wasabi's word for it here that this is the worst scammer. This is just insufferable. Holy shit, this is so bad. What a shithole. What a fucking shithole. But yeah, those scams are very common on TikTok now. Oh yeah, Mudahar also made a video about one of them. Is it a scam, or do people have bad taste? No, it's a scam. He just plays pre-recorded videos. So when you donate to him, and he's like, "Give me a Galaxy or I'm gonna fucking cry and pee-pee. Give me a Galaxy or it's gonna be real wet trousers in here. No Galaxy?" And then the chat, for some reason, does donate a Galaxy, but since it's a pre-recorded video, he doesn't react to it or anything. He just loops that video endlessly forever. Thanks to the bits shit post. Ugh. I wonder if he's live right now, actually. Hold on. That's a good question. Let's see. Is his name Dad of Emo? How do you see someone's live? How does it... God, I don't know how this works. Where do the live streams go? Thanks for 5 gift subs, menu. Appreciate it. Press on their picture. Then what? Oh, I'm assuming if he was live, it would have just pulled up his stream. Okay, he's not live right now. What happened to the grind? Why aren't you looping the video, idiot? It's Christmas. Man, it's not even about the hustle. Hey, thanks for the bits, Cobra. Happy holiday. He has all the galaxies he needs. Yeah, he's got too many galaxies now. He's got his bag. He said enough is enough. I'll leave a couple solar systems for the rest of you plebs. Wasabi's in chat. Hey, good video, man. I'm sorry, I just can't watch the kids live stream. That shit is unwatchable. Hats off to you for muscling through it, because goddamn, Jesus Christ. You change your mind about doing a JoJo's Part 6 moist meter? No, but I am going to finish it, of course. Thanks for your sub-villainous. How are these types of scams so popular? I see them everywhere. Kids, like actual kids. The reason these TikTok scams are popular is kids. They don't know any better. That's all. It doesn't go deeper than that. Thanks to resub Vex and the Prime Angel. Whew. How do you decide to make a moist meter and what not to? Oh, it's just depending on when I see it. I only like making moist meters like when it's still like very new. But if I'm tardy to the party, I usually don't bother. Thanks for your sub, Gallagher. And there's the resub JD. Of course I'm going to chainsaw man moist meter. Fiance was waiting so long for the Horizon Forbidden West moist meter because she loves that game. Oh, I'm sorry. Surely she realized that the publisher or the developers, I don't know who chose it, set that game up for failure with the release date. It released right before Elden Ring, so I didn't even get to finish Forbidden West until Elden Ring came out. So I just immediately switched to Elden Ring and never went back. I don't know how the fuck that keeps happening. Same shit happened with Horizon, the first one, I forgot what it was called. But the first, Zero Dark. Same thing happened with Horizon Zero Dark. They released it at the same time as fucking Breath of the Wild. And this time they released the new one the same time as Elden Ring. I don't know what they're thinking. Zero Dawn, not Zero Dark. Zero Dawn. No, it's not even bad luck. The Elden Ring release date was there for a while. They could have absolutely just pushed. Like, there was no reason to rush it. They didn't need to go head-to-head with fucking Elden Ring. How's the One Piece journey? I've stagnated at Skypiea. Sky Island's so boring. I'll get through it, though. I'll finish that show. Well, catch up on that show. No, probably won't do Summoning Salt tonight. I was planning on it, but then spent so much time in other rabbit holes, so probably save Summoning Salt for another day this week. Thanks the resub, Conky Dong. Will we do another speedrun? I was just speedrunning Hello Neighbor 2 like 2 weeks ago. I'll do more, it just always depends on games and their routes. As long as the route has good glitches and is pretty fast, I'm always down. Have you checked out High on Life yet? Yep. I played it on release day. And I don't plan on going back. The game's not bad, but the writing is just not for me. Thanks for the resub, Sammy. You're gonna run Choo Choo Charles, it's like a 16-minute run. Yeah, I checked out the run, it's kind of just playing the game normally. No real big glitches have been found yet, but I'm gonna keep checking in on it. Thanks to the bits, George. Oh, sweet. Well, Merry Christmas to you as well, George. Alright, I'm getting tired now. I think I'm going to call it a night. Alright, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot. Thanks for subbing. Enjoy those emotes. Happy holidays. I will see you all tomorrow. Hope you have a great Christmas or any other holiday. And, yeah, thanks again. Let me see who's streaming. Can't decide between Dankin and Umbrella. I don't remember who I tossed you to last time. Well, you guys really like Dark and Darker. I'll toss you to Dankin. He's doing Dark and Darker. Umbrella's doing Call of Duty, though, if you want to see high-level Call of Duty. Alright, thanks again. See you tomorrow.